There are places in this world, vast stretches of wilderness, that remain wild and untamed. We visit them for their beauty, for a sense of peace, to escape the noise of our daily lives. But what happens when the sun goes down, when the crowds leave, and the only sounds are the whispers of the wind through the trees? The people who know these places best are the park rangers. They are the guardians of these wild lands, the ones who stay behind when everyone else has gone home. They see and hear things that most of us can't even imagine. Unexplained lights, strange sounds echoing through empty canyons, and encounters that defy logical explanation. Tonight we have a special clip for you. We're going to hear directly from a park ranger who has patrolled these remote areas for years. These aren't just campfire tales. These are stories born from real experiences in the heart of the wilderness. So, turn down the lights, get comfortable, and prepare to see the forest in a whole new, terrifying light. My name is Liam O'Connell, and for the last 8 years, I've been a park ranger in the Pisgah National Forest. My jurisdiction is the Linville Gorge Wilderness Area, a place they call the Grand Canyon of the East. It's a title that sounds grand and inviting on a postcard, but for those of us who walk its trails and know its secrets, it holds a different weight. The gorge is raw, untamed, and profoundly ancient. It chews up and spits out the unprepared. My job is to make sure that doesn't happen, or to be the one to go in when it does. The air in the gorge has a quality you don't find anywhere else. It's thick with the scent of damp earth, hemlock, and something else. Something mineral and old, like the breathing of the stone itself. The Linville River, the artery of this place, carves its path with relentless patience, its roar a constant companion that can be either a comfort or a warning, depending on the day. I've always felt a deep connection to this land, a respect that borders on reverence. I thought I understood its moods, its dangers. I was wrong. The call came in late in the afternoon, just as the sun began its slow descent, painting the western rim of the gorge in fiery strokes of orange and purple. A climber had taken a bad fall near a section known as the Chimneys. It wasn't an uncommon call, but the details were grim. The climber, a young man from Charlotte, was alive but had a compound fracture in his leg and was stranded on a narrow ledge about 200 feet down a sheer cliff face. It was a technical rescue, the kind that required ropes, harnesses, and a steady hand. The kind I was trained for. My partner, a seasoned ranger named Ben Carter, was on the other side of the district, so this one was on me. I gathered my gear. The familiar weight of the pack a strange comfort. Ropes, carabiners, a first aid kit that could handle just about anything short of surgery, and my helmet. As I drove the service truck down the winding gravel road toward the trailhead, a sense of routine settled over me. It was a dangerous job, but it was a job with steps, with procedures. You assess the situation, you build your anchors, you rappel down. You secure the victim and you haul them out. Simple on paper, a dance with gravity in practice. By the time I reached the overlook near the Chimneys, the last vestiges of sunlight were clinging to the highest peaks. The gorge below was sinking into a deep, fathomless blue. A handful of the climbers' friends were huddled near the edge, their faces pale with fear and cold. I got a quick rundown from them. Their friend Mark had been attempting a new route when his handhold crumbled. He'd fallen about 30 feet before his rope caught him, but the impact had swung him hard against the rock face, I walked to the edge and peered over. Far below, I could just make out a small shape, a splash of bright red jacket against the gray granite. I called out his name, my voice swallowed by the vastness and the ever-present roar of the river. A faint cry came back up, weak but audible. He was conscious. That was good news. The first and most critical step in any high-angle rescue is building a solid anchor system. Your life, and the victim's life, depends entirely on it. I surveyed the area around the cliff edge. The trees here were sturdy, old-growth oaks and pines. Their roots sunk deep into the earth. They were the obvious choice, the textbook choice. I started setting up a primary anchor around the base of a massive oak, its trunk as wide as my truck. But as I worked, something felt off. The angle wasn't perfect. To get a straight, clean line down to Mark's position, I'd have to run the ropes over a sharp edge of rock, risking abrasion. I needed a better anchor point, one further out, closer to the fall line. That's when I saw it. About 10 feet from the cliff edge, there was a rock formation unlike any I had ever seen in the gorge. It wasn't part of the surrounding granite. It was a darker stone, almost obsidian in the fading light, and it jutted out from the earth like a broken tooth. It was immense, the visible part at least the size of a small car, and its shape was unnervingly symmetrical. It was a rough, triangular shape, but its sides were scored with deep, parallel grooves that looked less like natural erosion and more like they'd been carved. It was ancient, covered in moss and lichen that seemed to glow with a faint, phosphorescent light. My training screamed at me to stick with the trees. You don't anchor to a random rock. You can't know its stability, what it's like beneath the soil. But this thing, it wasn't just a rock. It felt like part of the mountain's very skeleton. I gave it a few hard kicks. It was as solid as the bedrock itself, not a tremor, not a vibration. The position was perfect. It would give me a clean, safe line directly to Mark. I made a decision. A field decision. The kind you have to make when the textbook doesn't quite match the terrain. I would use the strange rock as my primary anchor and back it up with the oak tree. Redundancy is the heart of safety. I slung a thick webbing strap around the base of the formation. The rock was cold, a deep, penetrating cold that seemed to suck the warmth right out of my fingertips, even through my gloves. As I worked the strap into a secure position, my hand brushed against a section of it that was loose. It was a large chunk, maybe the size of a cinder block, part of one of the carved ridges. It seemed to be holding on by just a thread of mineral and ancient moss. To get the webbing to sit flat and secure, I needed to move it. I gripped the edge of the chunk and pulled. It resisted at first, locked in place by centuries of inertia. I braced my feet and gave it a hard, steady tug. There was a grating, grinding sound that seemed to echo deep in the earth. A sound of stone on stone that vibrated through the soles of my boots. With a final, sickening crack, the chunk broke free. It was heavier than I expected. I stumbled back, dropping it to the ground with a dull thud. Where it had been, there was now a cavity, a dark, hollow space in the side of the great stone. A puff of air, stale and musty, washed over me from the newly created opening. It smelled of deep, undisturbed earth, of decay, and of something elsey, something acrid and reptilian, like a snake's den. I shuddered. An involuntary tremor that had nothing to do with the evening chill. For a moment, I felt a powerful, primal urge to abandon the rock, to go back to the safety of the trees. But then I heard another cry from below, weaker this time. Mark was waiting. He was hurt. I didn't have time for superstitions. I shook off the feeling, secured the webbing, and finished rigging my system. I checked every knot, every carabiner. The anchor was solid. The rock didn't move. I clipped into the rope, said a quick word to the climbers' friends, telling them to stay back, and stepped over the edge into the abyss. The rappel was smooth. The system held perfectly. I focused on my technique, on controlling the descent, on keeping an eye on the rock face for loose stones. But as I lowered myself into the growing darkness, I couldn't shake the image of that dark cavity I had opened. I couldn't forget that smell, or the deep, grating sound the stone had made. It was as if I hadn't just dislodged a piece of rock. It felt as if I had broken a lock, as if I had opened a door that was never meant to be opened. Down I went, into the heart of the gorge, the rope sliding through my hands, completely unaware that something was now stirring in the cold, ancient darkness above. Something that had been sealed away for a very, very long time. Reaching Mark felt like descending into another world. The roar of the Linville River grew louder with every foot I dropped, a deafening, chaotic sound that vibrated in my chest. Down here, away from the rim, the darkness was absolute, broken only by the narrow beam of my headlamp, cutting a white circle against the infinite gray of the granite. The air was colder, heavier, and that strange, acrid smell I'd noticed at the anchor rock was stronger here, mingling with the scent of wet stone and fear. Mark was in a bad way. He was pale, shivering, and his leg was bent at an angle that made my stomach clench. The bone had pushed through the skin, a grisly sight against the fabric of his climbing pants. But he was tough. When my light found him, he managed a weak, grateful smile. Never been so happy to see a park ranger. He croaked, his voice thin against the river's roar. "Just hang in there, Mark," I said, my voice louder than usual to be heard. "We're going to get you out of here." I worked quickly, my training taking over. I secured him to the ledge, checked his vitals, and went to work on his leg. I cleaned the wound as best I could, applied a dressing, and then carefully splinted it, immobilizing it for the journey up. He winced and hissed in pain, but he didn't cry out. All the while, I tried to keep up, steady stream of reassuring chatter, telling him about the extraction plan, about the team that would be waiting at the top. It was as much for my benefit as his. The oppressive atmosphere of the gorge was getting to me, the feeling of being watched, of being an intruder in a place I shouldn't be. I kept glancing up into the darkness, half expecting to see something looking back down. Once he was stabilized and secured in the rescue harness, I radioed the top. "Subject is packaged and ready for hauling. Beginning ascent." The reply was a crackle of static, barely audible. The gorge walls play hell with radio signals. The ascent was grueling. It was a slow, painstaking process of me guiding the litter, keeping it from snagging on the rock face, while the team above, Mark's friends, guided by my instructions over the radio, did the hard work of pulling. Every foot we gained was a victory. The darkness was a disorienting void. My world shrank to the circle of my headlamp, the rough texture of the rock, the taut rope stretching up into nothingness, and Mark's pale, sweat-sheened face. We were about halfway up when the first strange thing happened. A sound, different from the river's eternal roar, echoed through the gorge. It was a deep, grating scrape, like a massive stone being dragged across bedrock. It was the same sound I'd heard when I broke the chunk from the anchor rock, but magnified deeper and much, much closer. What was that? Mark asked, his eyes wide. Probably just a rockfall further down the gorge. I lied, my heart starting to hammer against my ribs. Happens all the time. But I knew it wasn't a rockfall. A rockfall is a clatter, a cascade. This was a single, deliberate sound. A sound of movement. I peered into the darkness around us, sweeping my headlamp beam across the opposing canyon wall. Nothing. Just sheer, empty stone disappearing into the black. Then I saw the light. It wasn't a headlamp. It was on the far side of the gorge, maybe a quarter mile away. But it moved with a liquid grace that no hiker could manage. It was a single point of light, but it pulsed with an internal luminescence, shifting in color from a brilliant, cold white to a soft, sapphire blue. It was mesmerizing. It looked like a diamond, a perfectly cut, impossibly large diamond, glowing with a life of its own. It appeared from behind a buttress of rock, drifted silently along the cliff face for 100 yards, and then vanished. I stared at the spot, my breath held tight in my chest. "Did you see that?" I whispered, almost to myself. "See what?" Mark mumbled. The pain and the first stages of shock were making him drowsy. The light, so pretty. He'd seen it too. It wasn't my imagination. My mind raced, trying to find a logical explanation. A drone. Some kids with a high-powered laser pointer. A reflection from a satellite. None of it fit. The movement was too fluid, the light too organic. And the feeling it produced in me was one of profound, bone-deep dread. The scraping sound came again, this time from below us. Closer. It was followed by a low hiss, like air escaping a massive tire, a sound that was somehow audible even over the river. The acrid, reptilian smell washed over us again, so strong it made my eyes water. My survival instincts screamed at me. Every nerve ending was on fire. This wasn't right. I grabbed my radio. "Howl faster," I yelled into it. "Haul now." The rope tightened, and our ascent quickened. But the feeling of being pursued intensified. I didn't dare look down. I focused on the rock in front of me, on guiding Mark, on the slowly approaching lip of the cliff above. But I could feel it. We were being stalked. The hypnotic, diamond-like light appeared again, this time on our side of the gorge, much closer. It was moving up the cliff face, pacing us, maybe 100 feet to our left. It moved with an eerie silence, its glow illuminating the rock around it in a shifting, ethereal light. I could see now that it wasn't just a point of light. It was the crest of something, the focal point of a head that was cloaked in shadow. The light was a lure. It drew the eye, captivated the mind. I found myself staring at it, unable to look away. Its beauty was terrifying, and it promised madness. A deep, instinctual part of my brain knew that to truly meet its gaze was to be lost. "Don't look at the light, Mark," I said, my voice a strained rasp. "Close your eyes. Whatever you do, don't look at it." A shadow fell over us, vast and swift, momentarily blocking out the faint starlight from above. It was as if a cloud had passed before the moon, only there was no moon. A shower of pebbles and dirt rained down on us from a ledge just above. Something immense was moving in the darkness, something that had been sealed in that ancient, carved stone, the seal that I had broken. The Uktena. The name surfaced from the deep recesses of my memory. From old Cherokee, legends I'd read about the area. A great horned serpent with a diamond crest on its forehead, a jewel that could hypnotize and control its prey. I had dismissed it as folklore, a story to explain the unexplainable. Now, I knew it was real. We were just feet from the top. I could see the hands of Mark's friends reaching down, their faces etched with worry in the glow of their own headlamps. The diamond light flared, impossibly bright, directly to my left. I forced myself to look away, my neck muscles screaming in protest. I felt a pull, a psychic pressure on my mind, urging me to turn, look, to fall into that beautiful, deadly glow. "Puel!" I screamed, my voice raw with terror. Hands grabbed the harness, grabbed my arms. We were hauled over the edge, tumbling onto the flat, solid ground of the overlook. I scrambled away from the cliff, dragging Mark with me, my body shaking uncontrollably. Mark's friends crowded around us, their questions a frantic babble. But I wasn't listening. I pushed myself to my feet and turned back to face the gorge. I raised my headlamp, its beam cutting into the abyss. For a second, there was nothing. Then the light appeared one last time. It rose from the depths, a single, malevolent eye of pure, crystalline light. It fixed on me, and in that moment, I felt a cold, ancient intelligence, a hatred that had festered for millennia. It wasn't just a beast hunting for food. It knew who I was. It knew what I had done. Then, as quickly as it appeared, it sank back into the darkness, leaving only the roar of the river and the pounding of my own heart. The rescue was over. But as I stood there, trembling on the edge of the Grand Canyon of the East, I knew my ordeal had just begun. I had opened the cage, and now the monster was loose in my forest, and it was hunting me. The world snapped back into focus with the frantic shouts of Mark's friends. The ambulance was on its way, but the rendezvous point was the main parking lot, a good 2-mile hike from where we stood. 2 miles of dense, dark forest. My forest, a place I once knew better than my own home, now transformed into an alien landscape of terror. What was that? What was that light? One of the friends, a kid named Josh with wide, terrified eyes, stammered, pointing a shaking finger towards the gorge. "Atmospheric phenomenon," I said, the lie tasting like ash in my mouth. "Sometimes temperature inversions in the gorge can reflect lights from town. It's rare, but it happens." I had to sound convincing. Panic was a contagion, and in our situation, it would be a death sentence. My mind was a whirlwind of terror and adrenaline, but years of training forced a mask of calm authority onto my face. I was the ranger. I was in charge. "Okay, listen up," I said, my voice steady and firm. "We need to move. Now, we'll fashion a stretcher for Mark. We move together. We stay on the trail, and we don't stop for anything." We worked with a desperate efficiency, using 2 sturdy branches and a couple of jackets to create a makeshift litter for Mark. He was semi-conscious, groaning softly, his eyes blissfully closed to the horrors in the dark. I envied him. As we lifted him, I took one last look at the anchor I had used. The massive, ancient oak stood strong and dependable. Beside it, the strange, carved rock seemed to pulse with a malevolent energy. The cavity I had created a gaping wound in the fabric of the world. I ripped my ropes and webbing from it, not wanting to leave a single piece of my equipment connected to that cursed thing. The stone was still unnaturally cold to the touch. The hike out began. I took the lead, my headlamp cutting a pathetic swath of light into the oppressive darkness. The trail here is narrow, winding through thickets of rhododendron and ancient hemlocks whose branches blotted out the sky. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, sent a jolt of ice through my veins. The familiar sounds of the night forest were gone. the chirping of crickets, the call of the whip-poor, all silenced. There was only the sound of our own ragged breathing, the crunch of our boots on the trail, and the ever-present distant roar of the river. An unnatural silence had fallen, a silence of fear. The forest was holding its breath. The acrid, reptilian smell came and went on the breeze, a phantom scent that kept me constantly on edge. I kept my head on a swivel. My senses stretched to their breaking point. I was no longer a ranger leading a rescue. I was prey, guiding others through a predator's territory. We had been hiking for maybe 20 minutes when the light appeared again. It wasn't in the gorge this time. It was in the woods with us. It bloomed into existence about 50 yards off the trail to our right, a soft, sapphire glow that pulsed gently between the dark trunks of the trees. It was beautiful, hypnotic. It beckoned, promised, whispered to a part of the brain that knows nothing of logic or fear. "Whoa, look at that," one of the kids carrying Mark's stretcher whispered, his steps faltering. "Don't look at it," I snapped, my voice harsher than I intended. "Keep your eyes on the trail in front of you. It's just swamp gas. It can make you dizzy. Keep moving. Swamp gas." The lies were getting more pathetic, but they were all I had. I fought the pull of the light myself. It was a physical effort, like leaning into a strong wind. My eyes wanted to turn. My mind wanted to drink in that mesmerizing glow, but the memory of that cold, ancient intelligence I'd felt in the gorge was a powerful anchor. This was a lure. The way an angler fish uses a light to draw its prey into the abyss. The light vanished. A moment later, a sound ripped through the silence from the direction it had been. The sound of a large tree splintering, a sharp, violent crack that echoed through the woods, followed by a thunderous crash. It was too clean, too powerful to be a random deadfall. It was a display of strength, a warning. The boys carrying Mark cried out in alarm, nearly dropping him. "It's okay!" "Just an old tree giving up the ghost," I shouted, pushing them forward. "Come on, we're almost there! Faster!" We stumbled on, half walking, half running. The forest grew denser. Shadows danced at the edge of my headlamp beam, taking on monstrous shapes. I could feel the serpent's presence all around us. It wasn't just following. It was hurting us, playing with us. I could feel its vast body moving through the undergrowth, a silent, sinuous weight that displaced the very air. The scraping sound returned, a dry, rasping slide of stone on earth, sometimes behind us, sometimes paralleling us just beyond the reach of our light. We finally broke through the tree line into the gravel parking lot. The sight of my service truck, solid and mundane under the faint starlight, was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. A collective sigh of relief went through the group. We had made it. The relief was short-lived. As we carefully loaded Mark into the back of the truck, the light appeared one final time. It wasn't in the woods. It was in the parking lot with us, not 30 feet away, hovering silently over the spot where the trail emerged from the trees. It flared with a brilliant, blinding intensity, and this time, it illuminated the creature to which it was attached. My mind struggled to process what I was seeing. It was a serpent, yes, but the word was inadequate. Its body was as thick as the oak tree I had anchored to, its scales a dark, iridescent black that seemed to drink the light. Great, curved horns, like those of a ram, swept back from its massive head, and on its forehead, the source of the light, was the crystal. It wasn't a diamond. It was something alive, a multifaceted organ of pure energy. that pulsed with a cold, intelligent light. But the worst part was its eyes. Beneath the glowing crest were two eyes, ancient and reptilian, and they were fixed on me. There was no hunger in them. There was only a cold, calculating hatred. It uncoiled a fraction of its impossible length from the tree line, its head rising higher than the roof of my truck. The scraping sound was the sound of its belly scales on the gravel. The hissing was the sound of its breath. The acrid smell was the scent of its skin. It had us. It could have crushed the truck, killed us all in a heartbeat. But it didn't. It simply watched me, its hypnotic crest pulsing, searing its image into my brain. It was a statement. I am here. I am free because of you. This forest is mine now. And so are you. You can run, but you will never escape. I shoved the last of Mark's friends into the truck's cab.
Screaming, "Get in! Get in!"
I jumped behind the wheel, my hands shaking so badly, I could barely fit the key in the ignition. The engine roared to life. I slammed the truck into drive and stomped on the accelerator, spraying gravel as we fishtailed out of the parking lot and onto the paved road. I didn't look in the rearview mirror. I didn't need to. I could feel its gaze on my back, a physical weight of pure malevolence. The rescue was over. The climber was safe. But as I sped away from the Linville Gorge, away from the ancient darkness I had unleashed, I knew my life as a park ranger was over. A new, terrible purpose had been forced upon me. I wasn't a guardian of this wilderness anymore. I was its prisoner. And the warden was a great horned serpent with a diamond on its brow, waiting for me in the shadows of the forest I once called home. My name is Anya Sharma, and for the last 4 years, I've been a park ranger in the Great Smoky Mountains National Park. It's a title I wear with a quiet pride. Most people see the Smokies as a place of panoramic vistas, cascading waterfalls, and scenic drives. They come for the vibrant autumns and the hazy, blue-tinged summers. They see the beauty, but I see the bones. I see the ancient, untamed heart of a wilderness that was here long before the first settlers, a place that tolerates our presence, but never truly welcomes it. My duties are varied, ranging from educational talks with tourists to trail maintenance and wildlife management. But some nights, like tonight, the job is simpler. It's about presence. A quiet patrol, a sweep of the more remote, accessible areas to ensure everything is as it should be. Tonight's route included the Lakeview Drive, tonda known to locals and park staff by a more fitting name, the Road to Nowhere. Construction started in the 1940s, a promise made to the families displaced by the creation of Fontana Lake. The road was meant to reconnect them to their ancestral cemeteries. But it was never finished. After 6 miles of road and a 200-foot tunnel were blasted through the mountainside, the project was abandoned due to environmental concerns and lack of funding. Now, it's a monument to a broken promise, a dark, gaping mouth in the side of the mountain that leads, quite literally, to a dead end of solid rock. The air grew colder as I drove the winding road toward the tunnel. The dense canopy of oak, hickory, and poplar blotted out the moonlight, forcing my truck's headlights to cut a lonely path through the oppressive dark. The sounds of the forest were a familiar symphony. The rhythmic chirping of crickets, the mournful call of a distant whippoorwill, the rustle of some small creature in the undergrowth. These were the sounds of my office, sounds that usually brought me comfort. But tonight they felt different, sharper, more watchful. I parked the truck near the tunnel's entrance and killed the engine, The sudden silence was immense, broken only by the faint dripping of water from the rock face above. The tunnel's archway loomed before me, a perfect semicircle of darkness. Its walls, stained with decades of moisture and graffiti, seemed to absorb the beam of my high-powered flashlight. Part of my patrol was to walk the length of the tunnel. It was a deterrent for vandals and a check for any structural instabilities, though the latter was rare. I stepped out of the truck, the crunch of gravel under my boots echoing unnaturally in the stillness. The air inside the tunnel was instantly colder, carrying the damp, earthy smell of stone and subterranean water. My flashlight beam danced ahead, illuminating a concrete tube that stretched into perfect, black nothingness. I began my walk, my footsteps the only percussion in the cavernous space. Every sound was amplified: the drip of water, the scuff of my boots, the soft whisper of my own breathing. It was an eerie place, and I knew the legends associated with it. Tales of strange echoes, of shadowy figures seen just at the edge of vision. I'd always dismissed them as campfire stories, the product of overactive imaginations in a zine to unsettle. I was a woman of science and procedure, not superstition. About halfway through, something caught my eye. A flicker of wrongness against the uniform pattern of concrete and rock. I swept my light back, focusing on a section of the wall near the floor. Most of the tunnel was lined with concrete, but in some older sections, the original, hand-hewn rock was still exposed. There, nestled between two larger stones, was a brick. It wasn't the material that was odd. Bricks were used in the initial construction, but its placement. It was loose, jutting out by less than an inch, its edges clean compared to the moss-dusted stones around it. Curiosity, a trait that had served me both well and poorly in my life, took over. I knelt, the cold of the floor seeping through the thick fabric of my pants. I nudged the brick with my gloved finger. It wiggled. My heart gave a little thump of interest. This wasn't the work of erosion. This was deliberate. Using the tip of my multi-tool, I carefully pried the brick from its recess. It came away easily, revealing a small, dark cavity behind it. My flashlight beam found something tucked deep inside. It was a small, rectangular package wrapped in what looked like oilcloth, bound tightly with twine that had yellowed with age. A thrill, sharp and unexpected, shot through me. This was a piece of history, a time capsule left by a worker, perhaps, a secret stash from a bygone era. My professional mind told me to document it, take it back to the station, and file a report. It was park property, an artifact. But the other part of me, the part that had been drawn to this wild place to begin with, whispered a different suggestion. The night was long. No one was here. No one even knew I'd found this. I carried the package and the loose brick to the tunnel's end, where the road abruptly stopped at a wall of impassable mountain. There, in the relative open, I sat on a concrete barrier and carefully unwrapped my discovery. The oilcloth was stiff and cracked. Inside, protected from the damp, was a folded piece of paper. It was thick and fibrous, almost like parchment, and it crackled as I unfolded it. It was a map. It was hand-drawn, rendered in faded brown ink. It bore no resemblance to any USGS topographical map I had ever seen. There were no grid lines, no elevation markers, no familiar names. Instead, the landmarks were descriptive, almost poetic. The Weeping Stone. 3. Clawed Oak. Ridge of Whispers. The path was a single, winding line that started, according to a small X near the bottom, just a few hundred yards from the tunnel's location. heading directly off trail into the deepest part of the park. My breath hitched. This was no worker's doodle. The style was archaic, the symbols unfamiliar. A part of me knew I should turn back, put the map in an evidence bag, and forget this. But the pull was irresistible. It felt like the forest itself had offered me a secret, a test of my courage and curiosity. The official story was that this area was uninhabited, a pure wilderness. But this map, this tangible piece of the past, suggested otherwise. I made a decision. The kind of decision you make in the quiet solitude of night. One that seems perfectly reasonable in the moment and catastrophically foolish in hindsight. I would follow it. Just for a little while. I was an experienced ranger. I had my gear, a GPS, a satellite phone, a first aid kit, water, and a sidearm. I was more prepared than any hiker who ventured into these woods. What could be the harm in a short, off-trail excursion? I carefully folded the map and placed it in my breast pocket. I took a bearing from my compass, aligning it with the first leg of the journey drawn on the paper. The path led away from the road, plunging directly into the dense, black wall of trees. Taking a deep breath, I stepped off the gravel and into the woods. The change was immediate. The air grew thick and heavy. The thin veil of security provided by the man made road vanished, swallowed by a wilderness that felt infinitely more ancient and imposing. The beam of my flashlight seemed smaller here, less capable, pushing back a darkness that felt solid and alive. I pushed through rhododendron thickets, so dense they were called hells by the first settlers, their waxy leaves cold and wet against my face. I navigated by the strange map, my flashlight beam sweeping back and forth, searching for the first landmark, a trio of lightning, scarred pines. An hour passed. The forest was relentless. The terrain grew steeper, forcing me to use my hands to pull myself up inclines of slick rock and tangled roots. The sounds of the night had changed. The crickets had fallen silent. The only sound was my own ragged breathing and the snap of twigs under my boots. A profound sense of being watched began to creep over me. It was a primal feeling, a prickling on my skin that had nothing to do with the cold. I stopped several times, cutting my light and listening, but heard nothing but the wind sighing through the high branches. Finally, I saw it. A massive, gnarled oak, its trunk split into three distinct, claw-like branches that reached for the sky. The three-clawed oak. It was real. A jolt of adrenaline and triumph surged through me. The map was real. I wasn't on a fool's errand. I checked the map again. The path continued deeper into a hollow that the park's official maps marked as exceptionally rugged and remote. According to the drawing, I was getting close. A strange symbol, a circle with a dot in the center, marked the destination. As I descended into the hollow, the air changed again. It grew still, and I caught a new scent on the wind. It was faint, almost imperceptible beneath the smell of damp earth and decaying leaves. It was the smell of wood smoke. My steps slowed. Wood smoke meant a campfire. A campfire meant people. Illegal campers, most likely. My mindset shifted back from adventurer to ranger. I drew in a quiet breath, my hand resting instinctively on the grip of my sidearm. I was no longer just following a map. I was approaching an unknown situation in the dead of night, deep in a part of the forest where no one was supposed to be. And through the dense trees ahead, I saw another thing that shouldn't be there. Not the flicker of a campfire, but a soft, steady glow. An unnatural light, too warm and consistent for a fire, filtering through the trees. It looked like the light from a window. A window. The thought was so absurd, so profoundly out of place, that my mind struggled to accept it. Windows meant houses. Houses meant people. And people were not supposed to be here, not in this deep, forgotten fold of the mountains. My training took over, silencing the part of me that was buzzing with a strange mix of fear and exhilaration. I was a park ranger. This was an unauthorized settlement. I had a duty to investigate. I switched off my flashlight, plunging myself into the near, total darkness of the forest floor. The moon was hidden, and the only illumination was the faint, warm glow ahead. I waited for my eyes to adjust, the shapes of trees slowly resolving from the blackness. The smell of wood smoke was stronger now, mixed with something else, something savory and unfamiliar. The smell of cooking. Moving with a slowness I hadn't employed since my tracking training, I began to circle the source of the light. I moved from the cover of one ancient tree to another, my feet making no sound on the damp carpet of leaves. The terrain sloped downwards, and as I crested a small ridge, the hollow opened up below me. My breath caught in my throat. It wasn't one house. It was a village, tucked into the basin, sheltered from the wind, and hidden from the sky by the steep, tree-covered slopes. Was a settlement unlike anything I had ever seen. The buildings weren't log cabins in the style of the early pioneers. They were more organic, almost hobbit-like. They were built into the earth itself, with thick, sod-covered roofs that made them seem like natural extensions of the hillside. The walls were a combination of river stone and dark, heavy timber, constructed with a skill that was both rustic and masterful. Low stone walls connected the buildings, forming a sort of defensible perimeter. The warm light I had seen came from several of them, shining through windows that weren't glass, but translucent panes of what looked like stretched and oiled animal hide. In the center of the village, a single, larger fire burned in a communal pit, its flames licking at the darkness and casting dancing shadows. Figures moved around it, their silhouettes stark against the orange light. There were perhaps 24 of them. My heart pounded against my ribs. This wasn't a handful of squatters. This was a community. An established, hidden, and fortified community. I unslung the small, powerful binoculars from my neck, my hands trembling slightly as I raised them to my eyes. I focused on the figures by the fire. They were dressed in simple, functional clothing made of leather and some kind of coarse, woven fabric. They were lean and wary, moving with a quiet confidence that spoke of a life lived in this wilderness. Then I focused on their faces. Their skin was pale, almost unnaturally so, a stark contrast to the weathered, sun-beaten faces of the mountain people I knew. But it was their eyes that made me lower the binoculars, a cold dread washing over me. In the firelight, their eyes seemed to catch and reflect the glow, appearing large and luminous. The old Cherokee legends, the ones I'd dismissed as folklore, slammed into my mind. Tales of the Mamahai, the spirit people, and the moon-eyed people, a race of pale, skinned men who were said to have lived in the mountains before the Cherokee, who could see in the dark and were driven from their homes. I was looking at them. It was impossible, a fantasy, but the evidence was right before my eyes. A lost tribe, a community of people who had somehow survived, hidden and isolated, for centuries. The magnitude of my discovery was overwhelming. This was more than an archaeological find. This was a living miracle. But the miracle was tinged with a terrifying reality. These people had survived by remaining a secret. a secret I was now threatening. I watched them for what felt like an hour, completely mesmerized. I saw children chasing each other, their laughter too faint for me to hear. I saw women tending to the fire, and men carrying wood or cleaning tools. They were just people, living their lives. But they were a secret that could turn the world on its head. A secret the world would want to touch, to study, to exploit. A secret that had to be protected. My professional duty was clear. I had to retreat, get back to the station, and report this to the superintendent. The implications were staggering, and a decision of this magnitude had to be made by people far above my pay grade. But the map in my pocket felt like a betrayal, a key I had used to unlock a door that should have remained sealed. Slowly, carefully, I began to back away. I had seen enough. I had to get out to put distance between myself and this impossible place. I retraced my steps, moving with the same painstaking care. But in my haste to leave, I grew careless. As I backed around the base of a large hemlock, my boots snagged on something low to the ground. It wasn't a root. It was a thin, taut cord of what looked like animal gut. A sound, sharp and loud in the utter stillness of the hollow, split the air. Not a bell, but a series of hollow clacks. I looked down. The tripwire had pulled a pin from a wooden contraption, releasing a series of polished, flat stones that had clattered against each other. A primitive alarm. Simple, effective, deadly. Every head in the village below snapped in my direction. The firelight froze on their pale faces, their luminous eyes all fixed on the spot where I stood. The children stopped playing. The women stopped stirring their pots. The men, who had been relaxed moments before, were now perfectly still, their bodies coiled like springs. There was no shouting, no panic. Just a silent, unified focus, a predator's focus. My blood ran cold. I broke and ran. All thoughts of stealth vanished, replaced by the primal, desperate need to escape. I scrambled up the steep incline of the hollow, clawing at the dirt and roots. Branches whipped at my face, tearing at my clothes. Behind me, I could hear them coming. There was no sound of crashing or stumbling, just the whisper of feet on leaves, a sound of pursuit so swift and silent it was more terrifying than any battle cry. They were hunting me. I was fit, but they were born of this terrain. They flowed through the forest like water, while I crashed through it like a frightened deer. I risked a glance over my shoulder. They were closer than I thought possible. 3 men, their pale faces like ghostly masks in the darkness, were closing the distance with terrifying speed. They held no weapons that I could see, but they didn't need them. They were the weapons. Panic gave me a fresh burst of adrenaline. I pushed harder, my lungs burning, my legs screaming in protest. I could see the ridge top now, my gateway out of the hollow. If I could just make it over the ridge, I might have a chance on the other side. I was 10 feet from the crest when one of them burst from the shadows to my right, cutting off my path. He hadn't run up behind me. He had flanked me, anticipating my route with an instinctual knowledge of the land. I stopped dead, pulling the heavy-duty flashlight from my belt and aiming the high-intensity beam directly at his face.
Federal agent! Stay back!
I yelled. My voice ragged and unconvincing even to my own ears. He didn't even flinch. He raised a hand to shield his eyes, but it was a casual gesture. The light that would have momentarily blinded a normal person seemed to only annoy him. He was tall and lean, with long, dark hair tied back from his face, and his eyes, even squinting against the beam, seemed to glow with a faint, internal luminescence. The other two emerged from the trees behind me, boxing me in. They formed a silent, impassable triangle. There was no escape. My hand went to my sidearm, my fingers wrapping around the familiar grip. It was a gesture of pure desperation. I was a park ranger, not a soldier. The thought of shooting one of these people was abhorrent, but the thought of what they might do to me was terrifying. The man in front of me saw the movement. His expression didn't change, but he spoke for the first time. His voice was low and raspy, carrying an accent that was both archaic and yet distinctly Appalachian. You should not have come here. It wasn't a threat. It was a statement of fact. It was the sound of a door closing forever. And in that moment, I finally understood the true meaning of the name on the old maps. This wasn't just the road to nowhere. It was the road to a place you could never leave. The words hung in the cold air, devoid of malice but heavy with the finality of a slammed iron door. You should not have come here. My hand, which had been frozen on the grip of my pistol, felt useless. Drawing it would be suicide. These men weren't bandits. They were something else entirely, something ancient and intrinsically part of this forest. To fight them here would be like fighting the mountain itself. The man in front of me took a slow step forward. He didn't make a grab for my weapon. Instead, he simply held out his hand, palm up. It was a clear, non-negotiable command. My training, my instincts, every fiber of my being screamed to resist, but my body betrayed me. My fingers, numb and clumsy, unholstered the pistol. I placed it in his hand. He took it with a practiced ease, his grip sure and steady, and tucked it into the back of his leather trousers, as if it were a common tool. He then gestured to my belt, his luminous eyes unwavering. One by one, I surrendered the artifacts of my world. The high-powered flashlight, the multi-tool, the GPS and the satellite phone, my lifelines, my connection to everything I knew. Each item felt like a tether being cut, leaving me more adrift in this impossible reality. The second man stepped forward and took the small pack from my back, his movements silent and efficient. They left me with nothing but the clothes I wore and the terrifying map still tucked in my breast pocket. With a slight nod from the leader, the man to my left turned and started down the slope towards the village. The leader gestured for me to follow, while the third man fell in behind me. I was escorted, not dragged. There was no roughness, no unnecessary force. The horror of it was in the quiet. Absolute control they exerted. It was the calm, methodical way a spider handles a fly caught in its web. As we descended back into the hollow, the village came into full view. The figures around the central fire had not moved. They watched our approach, a silent, pale-faced audience. As we entered the circle of firelight, I could see them more clearly. The men were lean and hard, the women strong and watchful. Even the children, who huddled behind their mothers' legs, regarded me with wide, unnervingly intelligent eyes. Their gazes were not filled with hate, but with a profound and sorrowful gravity. They looked at me like a doctor might look at a terminal patient. They led me past the fire, towards one of the larger earth lodges built into the hillside. The door was a heavy, planked affair, set in a frame of dark, massive timbers. The man who had disarmed me pushed it open, revealing a large, single room inside. The interior was warm and smelled of wood smoke, herbs, and something else, the scent of generations living in one place. The light came from several tallow lamps that cast a soft, flickering glow on the stone walls. A fire burned in a sunken hearth in the center of the floor, the smoke rising to a hole in the sod roof. The room was sparsely furnished with hand-carved wooden benches, tables, and shelves holding pottery, woven baskets, and bundles of dried plants. It was a scene from a history book, but it was alive. An old man sat on a bench near the fire. He was ancient, his face a roadmap of wrinkles, his long white hair braided with thin leather cords. His skin was as pale as the others, but his eyes, though clouded with age, held a sharp, piercing intelligence. He wore a simple tunic, but he carried an air of authority that was unmistakable. This was their leader. My escort stopped a respectful distance from him, positioning me in front of the elder. The leader from the forest spoke, his voice still low and raspy. She came from the dark passage. She carried the old map. The elder's gaze fell upon me, and it felt as though he were reading the entire story of my life in a single glance. He sighed, a sound of immense weariness, and gestured to a small stool opposite him. "Sit, child of the outside." My legs, weak and trembling, obeyed. The three men who had brought me here retreated to the shadows by the door, their presence a constant, silent threat. "You have brought something to our home that we have not seen in many lifetimes," the elder said, his voice surprisingly clear and strong, the archaic Appalachian accent even more pronounced than his kinsman's. "Fear." I swallowed, my throat dry. "I'm a park ranger. I meant no harm. I was just exploring." The words sounded feeble, a child's excuse. "The map was not for you," he said, his voice gentle but firm. "It was a guide for our own, for those who might one day need to find their way back if they became lost in your world. A key left in a lock. We did not imagine someone from your world would ever find it." Who are you?" I whispered, the question I had been screaming in my mind. He smiled, a sad, knowing expression. "We are the ones who have always been here. The ones who built in the time before the Cherokee, before the white man. We are the ones who saw your world grow like a fire, consuming everything in its path. We learned long ago that the only way to survive a fire is to not be in its way. So we stepped aside, we hid. We endured. The moon-eyed people. It was true. My mind reeled with the implications. A living, breathing prehistoric culture. The greatest anthropological discovery in human history was sitting in a dirt-floored room with me, and my only feeling was one of absolute terror. "We watch," the elder continued, his gaze distant, as if looking back through centuries. "We see your cars on the black stone roads. We hear your flying machines in the sky. We see the poison you pour into the rivers and the air, and we know that to be seen by you is to be destroyed. Not always by malice, sometimes by love. Your curiosity is as destructive as your greed. You would put us in a glass box to be studied, to be marveled at, until we forgot who we were. You would turn our home into a spectacle. We will not allow that." The cold, inescapable logic of his words settled in my stomach like a stone. He was right. I knew exactly what would happen. The government agencies, the scientists, the media, the tourists. They would descend on this place like locusts, picking it clean until nothing remained but a sanitized exhibit. "So what happens now?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. The elder's expression softened with what looked like genuine pity. "You are a ranger of this forest. You love it in your way. You must understand. Some things, once seen, cannot be unseen. Some secrets, once learned, cannot be unlearned. You know we are here. That knowledge cannot be allowed to leave this hollow. You're going to kill me," I stated, the fear a cold, hard knot in my chest. He shook his head slowly. We are not murderers. We do not take life without need. But the life you knew is over. You cannot go back. You cannot speak to your people again. To protect our own, we must keep you here. The finality of it was worse than a death sentence. It was the erasure of my entire existence. My family, my friends, my job, my life. All of it, gone in an instant. I would simply vanish. A park ranger's truck found by a tunnel. A missing person case that would grow cold. Another ghost story to be told around a campfire. You will be given food and shelter, the elder said, his voice carrying a tone of dismissal. He was already moving on. The decision had been made. You will not be harmed if you accept your place. In time, perhaps you will even find a new life here. You are part of the secret now. One of the men who had captured me stepped forward. He gestured for me to rise. I was numb, moving in a dream. He led me out of the elder's lodge and across the small fire lit clearing to one of the smaller dwellings. He opened the door and nudged me gently inside. The room was small, containing only a bed of furs on a raised wooden platform and a small stone hearth. The man placed a wooden bowl of savory, smelling stew and a cup of water on a low table, then backed out, closing the heavy door behind me. I heard the sound of a thick wooden bar being slid into place. I was a prisoner. I stumbled to the single window, a small opening covered by a translucent pane of animal hide. I could see the village through it, the firelight, the silent figures moving about their timeless lives. They were my captors. They were my neighbors. They were my world now. I sank to the floor, the untouched stew growing cold beside me. The faint sounds of the village, the smell of wood smoke, the feel of the packed earth floor beneath me. This was my reality now. I had followed a map to the end of the world, only to find a new one. A living prison from which there was no escape. The road to nowhere hadn't been a dead end. It had been a one-way street. My name is Ben Carter. Officially, I'm Ranger First Class Carter, assigned to the Big Meadows sector of Shenandoah National Park. For the past 3 seasons, my world has been a cycle of trail maintenance, wildlife monitoring, and dealing with the occasional lost hiker. It's a good life, a quiet one. Most of the time, the quiet is a comfort. Tonight, it's a weight. My post is a remote one, a small, sturdy cabin perched on a ridge overlooking a valley that sinks into shadow long before the sun truly sets. It's miles from the nearest paved road, and even further from anything you'd call a town. By day, this place is a masterpiece painted by a divine hand. Sunlight filters through a canopy of ancient oaks and hickories, dappling the forest floor in shifting patterns of gold. You can hear the call of a pileated woodpecker echoing for miles, or the rustle of a white-tailed deer in the underbrush. The air smells of damp earth, pine needles, and wild blossoms. It's a kind of peace that seeps into your bones. But when night falls, Shenandoah changes. The beauty doesn't vanish, but it puts on a different, more intimidating face. The vast, rolling mountains become hulking, featureless silhouettes against a sky, littered with an impossible number of stars. The comforting sounds of the day are replaced by a profound silence, a quiet so deep it feels like it has a physical presence, pressing in on the thin wooden walls of the cabin. The forest, once a vibrant community of life, becomes a black, impenetrable wall. Every snap of a twig, every hoot of a distant owl is magnified, distorted by the darkness, until it sounds like something else entirely. something closer. I've spent hundreds of nights like this, and I've learned to live with the nocturnal version of the park. I have my routines. A final check of the perimeter, locking the solid oak door, brewing a pot of strong black coffee, and settling in with a book or my log reports. The centerpiece of this routine, my only real link to the world beyond these woods, is the radio. A squat, heavy, government-issue transceiver that usually connects me to the main ranger station down at park headquarters. Usually, for the past week, it's been nothing but a source of profound frustration. A recent thunderstorm, one that shook the very foundations of the cabin, must have fried something essential. Now, all it produces is a steady, maddening hiss of static. Not the crackling, intermittent static that suggests a weak signal, but a flat, dead waterfall of white noise. It's the sound of absolute isolation. Tonight, the silence felt particularly heavy, and the static from the radio was like a mockery of company. I'd tried it every hour, as per protocol, turning the dial, clicking the transmitter. Ranger Carter to Big Meadows Station, do you copy? Over. Nothing. Just the endless shah of an empty frequency. Frustration gnawed at me. It wasn't just about protocol, it was a lifeline. Knowing someone was on the other end of that signal, even miles away, was a psychological anchor in this vast wilderness. Without it, I was well and truly alone. The thought was a cold knot in my stomach. I stared at the useless black box on my desk. I'm a ranger, not an electronics technician, but desperation and boredom are powerful motivators. I'd already taken the back panel off twice, staring at the bewildering maze of wires and circuits, poking at them gently with the tip of a screwdriver, hoping for a miracle. Nothing had worked. "Come on, you piece of junk," I muttered, the sound of my own voice startlingly loud in the cabin. My eyes fell on the standard issue antenna, a short, stubby rubber wand. It was designed for durability, not range. On a clear day, it was fine. But now, maybe the problem wasn't just internal. Maybe the signal was just too weak, too damaged by the storm, for this little thing to catch. An idea, born of that potent mix of frustration and backcountry ingenuity, began to form. I needed to boost its reception. I needed a longer antenna. My gaze swept the small cabin, searching for materials. My eyes landed on a spool of copper wire. I kept for mending fences on the back trails. Then, they moved to the old broom leaning in the corner. It was crude. It was ridiculous. But it was a plan. For the next half hour, I became a man possessed by a single foolish goal. I unspooled a long length of the copper wire, its metallic scent sharp in the air. I carefully, painstakingly, wrapped it around the wooden handle of the broom, creating a tight, extensive coil from the bristles almost to the top. I left a few feet of wire loose at the end. I then used my pocket knife to strip the plastic coating from that loose end, exposing the gleaming, raw copper beneath. The next part was awkward. I had to get my new, makeshift antenna outside. I cracked open the window, just enough to slide the broom handle through, propping it against the exterior wall of the cabin. The cold night air instantly rushed in, carrying the scent of pine and decay. I ran the loose end of the wire back inside, the copper cold to the touch. I turned back to the radio, with the delicate touch of a surgeon, or at least what I imagined a surgeon's touch would be like. I managed to wrap the exposed copper wire tightly around the base of the radio's original rubber antenna. It looked absurd, a piece of high-tech government equipment jewelry, rigged with a broom handle and some fencing wire. I felt a flash of self-consciousness, as if the ghosts of more competent rangers were watching me and shaking their heads. But then I switched it on. The static was different. It was no longer the flat, dead hiss. It was alive. It crackled and popped, with deep valleys and sharp peaks of noise. It sounded like the radio was trying to hear something, sifting through the chaos of the airwaves. A surge of triumph, primal and pure, shot through me. I had done it. I had changed something. I hunched over the radio, my ear close to the speaker, and began to slowly, carefully turn the frequency dial. The knob clicked softly under my fingers. Most of it was still noise, but now it was a textured, varied noise. I passed through pockets of deeper static, strange electronic warbles, and what sounded like the faint, ghostly echo of music from a bygone era, too faint to be identified. It was fascinating. I was no longer just a man in a box. I was an explorer of invisible signals, a listener at the edge of the world. I poured myself another mug of coffee, the black liquid steaming in the cool air of the cabin. The simple act felt like a celebration. I leaned back in my chair, the wood creaking a familiar complaint, and just listened. I was tuning in to the secret conversations of the night. Distant truckers on lonely highways, faint whispers of foreign language broadcasts bouncing off the ionosphere, the rhythmic pulse of some unknown data stream. It was a symphony of the lost and the distant. I took a long, slow sip of the hot coffee. It burned my tongue slightly, a familiar, welcome sensation. I set the mug down on the desk with a soft clink. And then, through the swirling sea of static, a voice cut through with impossible clarity. It was for only a moment, a single, clear fragment of sound before being swallowed by the noise again. But in that moment, my blood ran cold. The voice was mine, and it had said, "Takes a sip of coffee." I froze, my hand still resting on the warm ceramic of the mug. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat in the sudden, suffocating silence of the cabin. It had to be a coincidence, a stray signal, a fragment of some other broadcast, where someone happened to say those exact words. My mind, starved for stimulus, must have latched onto it, twisted it, made it familiar. Auditory pareidolia, the brain's tendency to find patterns in random noise. That had to be it. But the voice, it hadn't just sounded like me. It was me. The exact timbre, the same quiet cadence. I knew my own voice. I sat there, motionless, for what felt like an eternity, my ears straining, waiting for it to happen again. But there was nothing. Only the wild, chaotic static. The sound of a million meaningless signals crashing into each other. Slowly, deliberately, I raised my hand and scratched an itch on the back of my neck. Just as my fingernails made contact with my skin, the voice came again, a perfect echo from the speaker. He scratches his neck. The time stopped. The air in the cabin grew thick and heavy, pressing in on me, stealing the breath from my lungs. My hand was still frozen at the back of my neck, my heart a frantic prisoner against my ribs. Outside, the wind whispered through the pines, a sound that had always been a comfort but now sounded like a conspirator. Inside, the only sound was the chaotic hiss of the radio, a sound that now felt like the breathing of some vast, unseen entity. He scratches his neck. The words, my words, echoed in the dead space of my mind. It wasn't a recording. It wasn't a coincidence. The first time, I could dismiss it. A fluke, auditory pareidolia, but not twice. Not with such chilling, impossible precision. My first coherent thought was to kill the source. My hand snapped away from my neck, and I lunged for the radio, my movements clumsy with panic. My fingers fumbled with the power cord, yanking it from the wall's socket with a sharp crack. The small green power light on the radio's face winked out. Silence. Blessed, absolute silence. I stood there panting, my knuckles white where I gripped the useless cord. The cabin was quiet again, just as it had been before. The static was gone. The voice was gone. I squeezed my eyes shut, a wave of dizzying relief washing over me. It was over. A freak occurrence. A short circuit in the storm-damaged wiring, somehow interacting with my makeshift antenna, creating some kind of bizarre feedback loop. That was it. It had to be. It was a logical, rational explanation. I took a deep, shuddering breath and opened my eyes. And the radio spoke. "He thinks it's over," it said. My voice calm and conversational, cutting through the dead air with no static to accompany it. "He thinks it was just the electricity." A scream tried to claw its way up my throat, but it died as a strangled gasp. The radio was unplugged. There was no power source. The green light was dark, yet the voice, my voice, emanated from the speaker as clearly as if it were plugged in and perfectly tuned. The laws of physics, of reason, of everything I knew about the world, had just been casually tossed aside. This wasn't a technical malfunction. This was something else. Panic gave way to a cold, creeping dread that felt like ice water seeping into my veins. I backed away from the desk, my eyes locked on the silent, black box. I put the heavy oak table between myself and it, as if a few feet of wood could protect me from a voice that defied reality. I had to test it. I had to understand the rules of this nightmare. I stood perfectly still, trying to make my mind a blank slate. I would do something random, something completely unpredictable. My eyes darted around the cabin. I would pick up the salt shaker from the small dining table. A simple, meaningless action. I focused on the thought, planning the movement. The extension of my arm, the feel of the cool glass in my fingers. Before my muscles could even begin to tense, the voice from the radio narrated my intent. He decides to pick up the salt shaker. I flinched back as if struck. It knew my thoughts. It wasn't just predicting my actions. It was reading my mind an instant before I could act. The space between thought and action, that tiny, private sanctuary where a person's will is born, was no longer my own. It had been invaded. I abandoned the idea of the salt shaker, my hand dropping to my side. He changes his mind, the voice observed, a hint of something that sounded like amusement in its tone. My tone. "Who are you?" I whispered, the words trembling in the air. The radio was silent. The hissing static did not return. The voice did not answer. It only watched. It only waited. I felt like a specimen under a microscope, every twitch, every thought, laid bare for some unseen observer. The isolation I had felt earlier seemed like a precious gift I hadn't known to cherish. Now, I was the opposite of alone. I was terrifyingly, intimately accompanied. I began to pace, the floorboards creaking under my boots. I needed to move, to do something. Anything to feel like I was still in control of my own body. I walked from the window to the fireplace, from the door to the desk. My path a frantic, repeating loop. "He paces," the voice stated, a simple, factual report. "He walks from the window to the fireplace." A pause. "No, he turns. He walks back to the door." It was a running commentary of my own desperate movements. A sportscast of my descent into madness. I covered my ears with my hands, pressing my palms hard against my head until my skull ached, trying to block out the sound. But it was no use. The voice wasn't just in the room. It felt like it was inside my head, resonating directly with my bones. Hay covers his ears, but he can still hear it. I stumbled back and collapsed into my reading chair, my body trembling uncontrollably. I stared at the radio. This black oracle on my desk. My creation. My folly with the broom handle. And the copper wire had done more than just boost a signal. It had opened a door. And something had come through. For a long time I didn't move. I sat rigid, trying not to think, trying not to act. If I did nothing, it would have nothing to say. I could win this by being a statue. But the silence that followed was worse than the narration. It was an expectant silence. A patient silence. It was waiting for me. I could feel its attention like a physical weight. The forest outside was a black void, and the cabin was a cage where I was trapped with this thing. My throat was dry. My coffee was still on the desk, now cold. I wanted a drink. The thought was a flare in the darkness of my mind. He's thirsty, the voice said, soft and low. He wants his coffee. I resisted. I clenched my fists, digging my nails into my palms. I would not give it the satisfaction. I would not move. I would sit here until morning. The voice changed. The neutral, observational tone was gone. In its place was a new quality. A gentle, persuasive, and infinitely more sinister edge. "Get up, Ben," it said. Hearing it use my name sent a fresh wave of terror through me. It wasn't just an observer anymore. It was addressing me. I stayed frozen, my jaw clenched. "You should stand up," the voice coaxed, still my own, but twisted into a shape of soft command. "Your legs are getting stiff. Just stand up and stretch." It was right. My legs were cramping from the tension. The suggestion was so reasonable, so logical. It was what I would have done anyway. My own body was betraying me, agreeing with the voice. A powerful, almost irresistible urge to stand rose within me. It felt like my own will, but it wasn't. It was an echo of the command. With a surge of defiance, I forced myself to remain seated, pushing back against the compulsion with every ounce of my strength. "No." I gritted out through clenched teeth. The voice dropped the pretense of persuasion. The tone became flat, cold, and absolute. It was the voice of a hypnotist, a puppeteer. "Get up," it commanded, and my body obeyed. I didn't feel like I was being physically lifted. It was more insidious than that. The command simply bypassed my conscious will, my frantic mental protests, and spoke directly to my muscles. My legs straightened. My back stiffened. I rose from the chair smooth and fluid, like a marionette being pulled to its feet. I was standing, but I hadn't chosen to stand. I was a passenger in my own body. "Walk to the door," the voice commanded. My feet, clad in their heavy ranger boots, began to move. One step, then another. The sound of my own footsteps on the wooden floor was the sound of my own defeat. My mind was a silent, screaming prisoner inside a skull that was no longer in control. I tried to stop, to dig my heels in, but it was like trying to stop a river with a handful of sand. The impulse to obey was overwhelming, woven into the very fabric of my nerves. I reached the door. My hand, my own traitorous hand, rose towards the deadbolt. The cold brass was inches from my fingertips. "Stop," I begged, the word a choked sob. "Please, stop." The voice from the radio ignored my plea. It was calm, patient, and filled with a terrible, eager anticipation. "Go outside, Ben," it whispered. "It's time to go outside." Then a new command, a new horror. "Let it in." The words, my own voice weaponized against me, hung in the airless cabin. They were not a suggestion. They were a key turning in a lock deep inside my mind. My hand, the one that had built fires and written reports, and held a warm coffee mug just an hour ago, was now a foreign object, a tool for my own destruction. It rested against the cold brass of the deadbolt, and I could feel the command from the radio surging through my arm, a current of pure will that was not my own. My mind screamed. It was a silent, frantic rebellion in the prison of my skull. Don't do it. Fight it. It's your hand, your body. I tried to summon every memory of control, every ounce of defiance I possessed. I thought of my training, of the discipline required to be a ranger. I thought of the simple, physical sovereignty that every living creature takes for granted. I focused all of it into a single point of resistance, trying to force my fingers to curl back, to pull away from the door. For a heart-stopping moment, my hand trembled. A war was being fought in the space of a few inches, a war for my own soul. My knuckles were white, my muscles locked in a violent stalemate. A bead of sweat traced a cold path down my temple. I was fighting. I was actually fighting it. You are only delaying the inevitable, Ben, the voice said, its tone now laced with a cold, reptilian patience. This is what you were made for. The words shattered my resistance. The alien will, patient and immense, simply overwhelmed my frantic, desperate struggle. It was like trying to hold back the tide. My fingers, acting with a sickening smoothness that was entirely separate from my conscious thought, closed around the deadbolt. I watched in horror as my own thumb and forefinger turned the lock. The click of the mechanism sliding open was the loudest sound I had ever heard. It was the sound of a final seal breaking. My hand moved to the door knob. No, please. I whimpered, the plea useless, pathetic. My mind was a spectator now, watching the horror unfold from a distant, powerless vantage point. My wrist turned. The latch disengaged. Push the door, the voice commanded. My arm extended, and the heavy oak door swung inward, opening a gaping black wound in the side of my safe, warm cabin. The night rushed in. It was not the familiar night of 1,000 other shifts. This night had a presence, a personality. The air that flowed in was frigid, carrying the scent of damp soil, rotting leaves, and something else, an ancient, loamy smell, like a place that had never known sunlight. The profound silence of the deep woods poured into the room, swallowing the last echoes of my sanity. I stood on the threshold, a puppet silhouetted against the dim light of the cabin. The darkness outside was absolute, a solid wall of black. The forest was no longer a collection of trees. It was a single, living entity, and I was standing at its maw. Walk toward the woods, the voice ordered. My boots crossed the threshold. The rough wood of the porch was under my feet. One step, then another. I was outside. The cold air wrapped around me, a suffocating blanket. My breath plumed in front of my face, a ghostly white cloud in the oppressive dark. My body moved with a steady, relentless rhythm, down the 3 short steps of the porch and onto the damp, needle-strewn ground. My mind was a chaotic storm of terror. Where is it taking me? What is he? What does it want? But the voice offered no answers. It only offered commands. I was walking away from the cabin, my only shelter, my only point of light in a universe of darkness. I could feel the crunch of twigs and pine cones under my boots. My eyes, wide with unseeing terror, struggled to adjust, but there was nothing to see but shades of black and gray. The hulking shapes of the ancient trees rose around me, like the pillars of some cyclopean, long, abandoned temple. Faster, the voice commanded. and my pace quickened. I stumbled over an unseen root, my arms pinwheeling for a moment before my body righted itself with an unnatural grace. There was no panic in the movement, only cold, efficient correction. The connection to the radio, to the voice, felt different out here. It was stronger, clearer. The voice was no longer just in my head or coming from a box. It felt like it was coming from the trees, from the ground, from the very air I was breathing. I had not just opened the door of the cabin, I had stepped into the entity's domain. The entire forest was its receiver. "We are close now," the voice whispered, and this time, it felt like the words were formed by the rustling of leaves all around me. The place where the signal is pure. My body continued its inexorable march deeper into the woods, away from the trail, into the untamed heart of the park. Branches, invisible in the dark, whipped at my face and arms, but I didn't flinch. My body registered the contact, but the sensation of pain was distant, unimportant, like a report from a remote outpost. I realized with a fresh wave of horror what was happening. It wasn't just controlling my actions. It was assimilating my senses. The forest began to resolve itself in my vision, not through sight, but through a kind of knowing. I could feel the texture of the bark on a hickory tree to my left, sense the cool, smooth surface of a moss-covered stone to my right. I could feel the network of roots spreading under my feet like a million subterranean nerves. The entity was showing me its world. My world. Our world. "You see, Ben?" The voice murmured, its tone now filled with a triumphant, possessive pride. "You were blind before. You only saw the surface. But this is the truth of the woods. The deep, quiet, patient life of it all. My own consciousness, my sense of self, was shrinking. It was a tiny, flickering candle flame in a vast, dark cathedral, and a great wind was rising. My memories, my hopes, my fears, they were becoming thin, transparent, like old photographs left out in the sun. Who was Ben Carter? A name. A collection of fading sensations. A vessel. My body came to a stop in a small, circular clearing. In the center stood a massive, ancient oak. Its branches twisted and gnarled like the arthritic fingers of a giant. It was older than the park, older than the country. It felt like the heart of the forest. "Here," the voice said, a definitive, final declaration. It was no longer just a voice. It was a presence. A consciousness that was wrapping itself around my own, squeezing the last vestiges of me into nothing. I stood before the great oak, my head tilted back as if in reverence. I was not looking at it with my eyes anymore. I was feeling its immense, slow life, the centuries of seasons that had passed over it, the deep roots that held it fast to the earth. The last frantic embers of my own mind flared. This is it. This is how it ends. I'm being erased. The voice spoke one last time, not as a command, but as a statement of fact. A transfer of ownership. The I was no longer Ben Carter's. "I can feel the moonlight on my skin," it said, in my voice. "I can feel the soil under my feet. It has been so long since I have had hands. It has been so long since I have had a voice." A profound, unnatural calm settled over me. My terror, my identity, it all just dissolved. It washed away, leaving behind a quiet, empty space that was quickly filled by something else. Something ancient, patient, and powerful. The body that was once mine took deep breath of the cold night air. It felt good. It felt right. My mouth opened, and for the first time, the words that came out felt like my own. I said to the silent, listening trees, "And I am home." My name is Maya Flores. and I am a park ranger with the U.S. Forest Service, assigned to the vast and ancient expanse of the National Forest in North Carolina. For the past 6 years, these mountains have been my office, my sanctuary, and my home. I've learned the language of the forest, the rustle of a black bear in the undergrowth, the sharp cry of a peregrine falcon circling overhead, the subtle shift in the wind that signals an approaching storm. I respect this land with a depth that feels etched into my soul. I believe in the tangible, the observable, the things I can track, identify, and explain. I believe in soil composition, weather patterns, and the unyielding logic of the natural world. What I do not believe in, however, are ghosts. And that is precisely why I was here. My post for the night was the Brown Mountain Overlook, a place infamous not for its breathtaking view of the Catawba River Valley, but for a local legend that had become the single greatest source of administrative headaches in my career. The Brown Mountain Lights. For over a century, people have claimed to see mysterious, silent orbs of light rise from the valley, hover enigmatically, and then vanish. The stories are a chaotic tapestry of folklore and speculation. Some say they are the spirits of Cherokee and Catawba warriors, eternally searching for their lost kin after a great battle. Others whisper they are the lanterns of long, dead prospectors, or perhaps even the ghost of a man searching for his murdered wife. The more modern theories, fueled by late-night television shows and internet forums, suggest everything from extraterrestrial visitors to secret government experiments and pockets of swamp gas. I'd heard it all, and I'd explained it all away. Venus rising, distant headlights from the Blue Ridge Parkway, campfires, locomotive lights. Even mischievous locals with flashlights and a desire to perpetuate the myth. I had a logical, scientifically sound explanation for every reported sighting that crossed my desk. I was patient, professional, and thoroughly unconvinced. But the legend persisted, a stubborn weed in the well-tended garden of my rational world. It drew crowds of ghost hunters with their buzzing gadgets, wide-eyed tourists hoping for a supernatural thrill, and endless, repetitive questions that wore my patience thin. So, I decided to end it. Not just for my own peace of mind, but for the integrity of the forest itself. I would debunk the Brown Mountain Lights, not with anecdotal dismissals, but with irrefutable, high-definition proof. My equipment was laid out on a heavy-duty canvas sheet next to my patrol vehicle. This wasn't some amateur ghost hunt. It was a methodical, scientific survey. I had 2 state-of-the-art DSLR cameras, both fitted with wide aperture lenses perfect for low light conditions. They were mounted on carbon fiber tripods, weighted with sandbags for absolute stability. Each was connected to a ruggedized laptop, where I could monitor the feeds and control the settings without touching the cameras, eliminating any chance of vibration. My plan was simple: long exposure photography. If these lights were anything mundane, car headlights, for instance, the long exposure would capture them as distinct streaks. If they were stationary, like campfires, they would appear as stable points of light. If they were swamp gas, the heat signature would be picked up by the thermal imaging scope I had mounted separately. The sun had long since set, leaving behind a bruised purple and orange sky that was now surrendering to the deep, star-dusted black of a moonless night. The air grew cool, carrying the scent of damp earth and pine. The usual symphony of the forest at night began. The rhythmic chirping of crickets, the occasional hoot of a barred owl, the whisper of the wind through the hickory trees. It was a soundtrack I knew by heart, a sound that usually brought me peace. But tonight, it felt different. The silence between the sounds seemed heavier, more profound. I spent the first few hours in a state of focused boredom, a familiar feeling for anyone who has done stakeout work. I drank coffee from a thermos, made notes in my logbook, and watched the laptop screens. A pair of headlights snaked along a distant road, appearing on my screen exactly as predicted, a long, unbroken yellow line. A meteor briefly flared, a fleeting silver scratch against the black. I logged both, feeling a small, smug sense of satisfaction. Everything was behaving according to the laws of physics. It was just after 1 a.m. when the first one appeared. It wasn't a flicker or a flash. It simply materialized. Low in the valley, near the Linville River, a single orb of pale, yellowish, white light came into being. It was perfectly spherical and utterly silent. I froze, my hand halfway to my thermos. My heart gave a sudden, hard thump against my ribs. My first thought was a flare. But it didn't descend, it ascended. Slowly, gracefully. It drifted upwards, its movement too smooth for a lantern, too aimless for a drone. It pulsed with a soft, internal rhythm, a gentle waxing and waning of its luminosity that was almost hypnotic. I forced my professional skepticism to the surface. Okay, floors, what are we looking at? Not a vehicle, not a fire. It was moving. I glanced at the thermal scope's display. Nothing. The scope registered the ambient temperature of the trees and the ground, but the light itself had no heat signature. It was cold. A chill that had nothing to do with the night crept up my spine. The orb hovered for a minute, then two. It drifted lazily to the left, then back to the right, as if curious. It was beautiful, in a deeply unsettling way. This was no headlight. This was no campfire. This was exactly what the legends described. For the first time in my career, I felt a flicker of genuine uncertainty, a tiny crack in the foundation of my logic. Then my training kicked in. Documented. My fingers flew across the laptop's keyboard, adjusting the settings on the primary camera. I sharpened the focus, opened the aperture as wide as it would go, and set the exposure for a full 30 seconds, hoping to capture its form without any motion blur. The orb remained obligingly still, pulsing gently in the darkness. "Okay, you," I whispered to the screen, my voice sounding thin in the vast emptiness. "Let's see what you really are." I clicked the shutter. The 30 seconds that followed were the longest of my life. I watched the progress bar on the screen, my breath held tight in my chest. The forest seemed to have gone completely silent around me, as if it, too, were waiting. The camera's shutter clicked open, then, after an eternity, it clicked shut. The image began to process, the pixels slowly resolving on the screen. At first, it was just what I expected, a crisp, high-resolution image of the glowing sphere, hanging in the blackness above the dark, jagged silhouette of the trees. The quality was incredible. I could see the texture of the light itself, a swirling, milky luminescence. I leaned closer to the screen, a triumphant smile starting to form on my lips. This was the proof. This was the definitive, high-quality image that would allow for proper scientific analysis. And then I zoomed in. My smile vanished. The blood drained from my face. The air in my lungs turned to ice. It wasn't just a ball of light. Inside the orb, suspended in the heart of the ethereal glow, was a face. It was pale, almost translucent, like wax that had been melted and reshaped. The features were distorted, stretched as if by some unimaginable pressure. The eyes were wide, black, hollow pits of absolute terror. And the mouth was open in a silent, unending scream. It was a mask of pure, undiluted agony, captured with perfect, horrifying clarity. It wasn't a reflection. It wasn't a trick of the light or a case of pareidolia. It was a face, a human face, screaming into the void from inside its cage of light. A wave of nausea and vertigo washed over me. I stumbled back from the laptop, my hand flying to my mouth. The forest sounds rushed back in, but now they sounded alien and menacing. The owl's hoot was a shriek. The wind was a mocking whisper. I couldn't breathe. My mind, my rational, logical, scientific mind, was violently rejecting what my eyes were seeing. It was impossible. It was a glitch, a sensor flare, a corrupted file. It had to be. I stared at the screen, at the silent, screaming face in the photograph. My heart hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird. The beautiful, mysterious light was gone, replaced by an image of profound horror. This wasn't a spirit. This wasn't a legend. This was something else. Something real. And I had a picture of it. My first coherent thought was not of discovery, or of fame, or of changing the world with this single, terrifying photograph. It was a primal, instinctual command: get rid of it. I didn't think. I lunged for the laptop, my fingers fumbling for the delete key. My hand was shaking so badly I could barely control it. I selected the image file. A confirmation box popped up. Are you sure you want to permanently delete this file? My thumb slammed down on the trackpad. Click. The image vanished. I stared at the empty screen, my chest heaving. For a moment, there was a wave of relief. It was gone. I hadn't seen it. It never existed. But the relief was fleeting, replaced by a new and even more terrible feeling. A cold, creeping dread that settled deep in my bones. Deleting the photo did nothing. The afterimage was burned into my retinas, into my memory. But worse than that, as I looked back out into the now empty valley, a horrifying realization dawned on me. I had seen the light, and in that single, horrifying moment of clarity, I knew with chilling certainty that the light had also seen me. The drive back to my station was a blur of blind panic. I don't remember packing my equipment. I think I just threw everything. The expensive cameras, the tripods, the laptop, into the back of the truck with a clatter of metal and glass that made me wince. I abandoned the Overlook, leaving the canvas sheet behind, a pale square surrendering to the encroaching darkness. My only coherent thought was to flee, to put as much distance as possible between myself and the valley that now felt like an open grave. The winding mountain roads, usually a source of comfort and familiarity, became a claustrophobic tunnel. The headlights of my truck cut a frantic path through the oppressive blackness, and every flicker of shadow in the dense woods lining the road was a monster. Every reflective glint of a deer's eyes became a pair of cold, watching orbs. The image of the face, that silent, screaming, waxen mask of agony, was seared onto the inside of my eyelids. Every time I blinked, I saw it. I cranked up the radio, desperate for any human voice to drown out the terror echoing in my own mind. But the cheerful chatter of a late night DJ felt obscene, an intrusion from a world I no longer belonged to. I switched it off, and the roaring silence rushed back in. My ranger station wasn't a grand building, just a small, sturdy cabin nestled in a clearing a few miles from the main park entrance. For 6 years it had been my fortress of solitude, a place of peace and quiet reflection after long days on the trail. Tonight it felt like a trap. The familiar wooden walls seemed thin and fragile, the windows gaping black mouths. I burst through the door, fumbling with the lock, and slammed it shut behind me, leaning against it as if to hold back the entire forest. My breath came in ragged, painful gasps. I flicked on every light switch I could find, flooding the small space with a harsh, sterile glare that did little to dispel the shadows clinging to the corners of my vision. My scientific mind, the bedrock of my identity, was in full-scale rebellion. It scrabbled for explanations, for any foothold of logic in the sheer cliff face of what I had witnessed. A trick of the light, a lens flare combined with atmospheric distortion, stress-induced hallucination. I repeated the phrases to myself like a mantra, but they were hollow words. A flimsy shield against a memory so vivid and visceral it felt more real than the solid floor beneath my feet. I paced the cabin like a caged animal, from the small kitchenette to the desk cluttered with field guides and maps, to the window that looked out into the impenetrable woods. I couldn't stop moving. To stand still was to let the image of the face rush in and consume me. I made coffee, my hands shaking so violently that I spilled grounds all over the counter. The hot mug barely registered in my trembling grasp. Exhaustion was a physical weight on my shoulders, but sleep was an impossibility. How could I close my eyes? How could I surrender to the darkness when I knew what it held? I sat at my desk, staring at a topographical map of Pisgah, the intricate lines and familiar names suddenly seeming alien. Brown Mountain. I traced its outline with a finger that felt disconnected from my own body. What were you? What did I see? The hours crawled by. The initial adrenaline spike of panic slowly subsided, leaving behind a cold, heavy dread. The forest outside remained silent, a black wall around my tiny island of light. I started to tell myself I was overreacting. I was a trained professional, a scientist. I had been tired, working late, under pressure. My mind had played a trick on me. I deleted the photo. There was no evidence. It was over. I almost believed it. Then, through the window, I saw it. It was at the far edge of the clearing, just beyond the reach of my cabin's porch light, where the forest began. A single silent orb. It was the same pale, yellowish white as the one in the valley. It didn't flicker. It didn't move. It just hung there in the air, a soft, self-contained glow against the absolute black of the trees. My blood ran cold. The coffee mug slipped from my fingers and shattered on the floor, the sound unnaturally loud in the sudden, dead silence of the room. I couldn't breathe. This wasn't the valley. This was my home. It wasn't hovering aimlessly now. It wasn't drifting or exploring. It was perfectly still, and I knew with a certainty that defied all logic that it was watching the cabin. It was watching me. There was an intelligence to its stillness, a terrifying patience. It had followed me. My panicked flight from the overlook had been for nothing. Deleting the photo had been a fool's act. I had thought to erase the evidence, to deny its existence, but all I had done was confirm my own. I saw it, and it saw me see it. And now it had come to my door. I scrambled away from the window, my back hitting the opposite wall. I slid down to the floor, my knees drawn up to my chest. I couldn't bring myself to look again, but I could feel its presence. The pale, cold light was a stain on the edge of my perception, a silent, unblinking eye in the night. I stayed like that for what felt like an eternity, a prisoner in my own home, listening to the frantic drumming of my own heart. I thought of my service pistol, locked in its case in the bedroom, and the thought was immediately followed by hysterical, silent laughter. What was I going to do? shoot a ghost. Eventually, as the first hint of gray dawn began to dilute the blackness of the sky, it was gone. I didn't see it leave. I just became aware that the oppressive feeling of being watched had lifted. The clearing outside was empty. There was nothing but the trees and the morning mist. The next day was a living nightmare of feigned normalcy. I filed a patrol report filled with lies, omitting the entire second half of my night. I answered calls, spoke with my supervisor, and moved through my duties in a fog of exhaustion and terror. Every shadow held a threat. Every unexpected sound made me jump. The faces of my colleagues seemed distant. Their conversations about weather patterns and trail maintenance belonging to a world I had been violently ejected from. How could I tell them? How could I, Maya Flores, the staunch rationalist, the debunker of local myths, explain that I was being stalked by a supernatural light containing a screaming face? They would order a psychological evaluation. I would lose my job, my home, my credibility, everything I had worked for. The secret was a poison, isolating me, trapping me with my own terror. As dusk fell that evening, the dread returned with a suffocating intensity. I didn't even try to pretend things were normal. I drew every curtain, checked every lock on the doors and windows 3, 4, 5 times. The cabin, once my sanctuary, now felt like a flimsy wooden box. I sat in the dark, not wanting to turn on the lights, not wanting to draw its attention. A foolish notion, since I was certain it already knew exactly where I was. I waited. The forest was alive with its usual nocturnal chorus, but I was listening for a silence, and then it came. I didn't need to look. I felt it. A subtle shift in the quality of the darkness outside the main window. A coldness that seeped through the glass. My eyes were drawn to the window against my will. I pulled back the edge of the curtain just a fraction of an inch. It was there, and it was closer. Last night, it had been at the edge of the woods, 100 yards away. Tonight, it was in the middle of the clearing. It had halved the distance. It hung in the air, perfectly still, perfectly silent, its pale, milky light seeming to absorb the very darkness around it. It was a predator that had moved in, testing the defenses, its patience absolute. My breath hitched in my throat. This was a siege. A slow, methodical, terrifying siege. It wasn't going to break down the door. It wasn't going to smash the window. It was just going to come. Night after night, a silent, luminous sentinel drawing the circle ever tighter. It was waiting for me to break. I let the curtain fall, my hand trembling. I backed away into the center of the room, my eyes wide in the gloom. The silence in the cabin was absolute, but in my head, the scream was deafening. The third night, it was on my porch. Sleep had become a forgotten luxury, replaced by a state of hyper-vigilant exhaustion. My world had shrunk to the 4 walls of my cabin, and my life was measured in the agonizingly slow crawl of the sun across the sky. During the day, I was a ghost, moving through my duties with a mechanical detachment that drew concerned glances from my colleagues. I looked haggard, my eyes sunk deep into their sockets, dark bruises of sleeplessness beneath them. They asked if I was all right. I lied. The lie was a constant, metallic taste in my mouth, but the daylight hours were just a waiting period. The real horror began at dusk. On that third night, I didn't need to peek through the curtains. The light was so close that its cold, sterile glow seeped through the fabric, painting the living room in a pale, deathly luminescence. It was just outside the front door, hovering silently over the wooden steps, where I'd sat drinking coffee just a few days ago, in another lifetime. The proximity was a physical violation. It felt like a hand pressing against the door, a weight against the very structure of my home. My scientific mind was no longer scrabbling for explanations, it was simply screaming. I spent the night huddled in the farthest corner of my bedroom, the locked pistol case on the bed beside me. The weapon was a useless talisman, but its solid weight was a small, cold comfort in a world that had dissolved into intangible terror. I didn't make a sound. I barely breathed. I just listened to the oppressive silence from beyond the door, a silence that was louder than any scream. I knew it was waiting. Its patience was inhuman, eternal. It had all the time in the world. I did not. By the fourth night, I was starting to come apart. My thoughts were fragmented, disjointed. The face from the photograph swam constantly in my vision. Its silent shriek the soundtrack to my waking nightmare. When dusk fell, I didn't even bother with the curtains. I knew it would be closer. I knew what I would see. I was sitting at my small kitchen table, my back to the wall when its light filled the window. It was there, pressed right up against the glass. The sight stole the air from my lungs and the strength from my limbs. The orb was no longer a distant, mysterious sphere. It was an intimate horror. Its light was intense, yet it cast no heat. It illuminated the window frame, the dust on the sill, and the terrified reflection of my own face. And through the swirling, milky luminescence, I could see the face inside with a clarity that shattered the last remnants of my sanity. It wasn't just a screaming mask anymore. Up close, I could see the fine, thread-like veins of darker light pulsing within its translucent skin. I could see the way the non-existent muscles in its cheeks were stretched taut with an impossible tension. But the eyes were the worst. They weren't just black pits. They were deep, layered, and they were looking directly at me. In their horrifying depths, I saw not just agony, but a desperate, pleading intelligence. It wasn't just screaming. It was trying to communicate the only way it could. A single, sharp tap echoed through the cabin. My heart stopped. The sound was so clean, so precise, it cut through the silence like a shard of glass. Tap. It came from the window. The orb, the light, the ghost. It was tapping on the glass. That was the moment I broke. The slow, methodical siege had worked. The predator had cornered its prey, and the prey had finally snapped. But it wasn't a snap of fear. It was a snap of furious, desperate clarity. Hiding was pointless. Cowering was a death sentence. My logic, my science, my entire belief system had been burned away by that cold light, and in the ashes, a single insane idea took root. I had made a mistake. A terrible, fatal mistake. My mistake wasn't going to the overlook. It wasn't taking the first photograph. My mistake was deleting it. In my panic, I had treated it like an anomaly, an error to be erased. But this thing, this entity, didn't want to be erased. It wanted to be seen. It wanted to be acknowledged. The screaming face, the tapping on the glass, it was a prisoner crying out from its cell. And by deleting the image, I had slammed the door in its face. I had refused to bear witness, and it would not be ignored. A strange calm washed over me. The terror was still there, a cold, hard knot in my stomach, but it was now overlaid with a sense of purpose. I knew what I had to do. I wasn't going to run. I wasn't going to fight. I was going to answer. The fifth night, I was ready. I didn't draw the curtains. I didn't cower in a corner. I spent the day retrieving my equipment from the back of my truck. The main camera lens was cracked, but the body was intact. The laptop was dead, but the camera itself still worked. I found a fresh battery, a new memory card. I set up the sturdiest tripod I had in the center of my living room, facing the window. I wasn't documenting a myth anymore. I was preparing for a confession. As darkness fell, the cabin was quiet. I sat on a stool behind the camera, my hand resting on its cold metal body. I waited. The minutes stretched into an hour. The forest was silent. The oppressive feeling of being watched was gone. For a wild, hopeful moment, I thought maybe it was over. Maybe I had been wrong. Then the light appeared. Not outside the window. Not on the porch. It was inside the cabin. It materialized in the space between the window and the camera, a perfect, glowing sphere hovering in the middle of my living room. The air grew cold, and the silence was absolute. It was no more than 10 feet away. I could feel a faint, static hum against my skin. Its light pulsed gently, rhythmically, like a slow, ethereal heartbeat. And inside, the face was there, its silent scream tearing through the heart of the beautiful, terrifying light. My hands were steady. My breathing was even. I looked from the orb to the camera, and I understood. This was the test. This was the final question. I leaned forward, my eye pressed to the viewfinder. I framed the shot. The orb, the face, the agony, all perfectly centered. My finger found the shutter button. I took a deep breath, the cold air burning my lungs, and I took the picture. The flash was blinding, an explosion of pure white light that filled the cabin and bleached the world of all color. It was accompanied by a sound, not a tap, not a whisper, but a single, deafening roar that was equal parts shriek and sigh. It was a sound of release, of a pressure valve that had been sealed for a century finally bursting. The force of it threw me backwards off the stool. Then, silence and darkness. I lay on the floor for a long time, my ears ringing, my vision filled with dancing spots. The cabin was pitch black. The coldness was gone. The feeling of being watched was gone. The orb was gone. Slowly, shakily, I got to my feet. My hands trembled as I reached for the camera. It had fallen, but it seemed intact. With a sense of dread and finality, I pressed the playback button. The small LCD screen flickered to life, and there it was. The image was perfect, crystal clear. It showed the orb. Moments before it vanished, but it was different. The light was brighter, more intense, and the face inside, it was still there, but it wasn't screaming anymore. The mouth was closed, the features were relaxed, and in the deep, dark eyes, there was no longer agony. There was only a look of profound, silent gratitude. I have the photograph. I will have it for the rest of my life. I keep it on a memory card in a locked box. I am a park ranger again. I walk the trails, I study the soil, I watch the weather. I believe in the tangible, the observable, the unyielding logic of the natural world. But I also believe in the things that watch us from the darkness. I know what the brown mountain lights are. They are a cage. And sometimes, they find a key. I am a scientist, I am a witness, and I am haunted. My name is David Chen, and I am a park ranger with the West Virginia Division of Natural Resources. It's a title that sounds straightforward, but the reality of the job is a complex tapestry woven from threads of conservation, law enforcement, and public education. Most days are a peaceful cycle of patrolling familiar trails, checking on wildlife populations, and maybe giving directions to lost birdwatchers. My jurisdiction is the McClintock Wildlife Management Area, a sprawling expanse of wetlands, forests, and fields near Point Pleasant. It's a place of profound natural beauty, a sanctuary for waterfowl, and a haven for those looking to escape the noise of civilization. But McClintock has a shadow self, a history that clings to the soil like the persistent river fog. Locals call it the TNT area. During World War II, this land was a massive munitions factory, a place of thunderous industry and volatile chemistry. The war ended, the factory was dismantled, but it left scars. Dotted throughout the now overgrown landscape are more than 100 concrete domes, like giant, gray tombs half buried in the earth. These were the bunkers, the igloos, where they stored the explosives. They stand silent now, monuments to a forgotten war. They're stark, curved surfaces often covered in moss and graffiti. They are what make this place unique, and what gives it an undeniable, lingering eeriness. The air just feels different around the colder, heavier. My patrol road often takes me past these structures, and I've grown accustomed to their silent presence. They are part of the landscape, as much as the oak trees and the cattail marshes. But I never feel entirely comfortable near them, especially as dusk begins to bleed through the canopy. The forest sounds seem to quiet down. The bird song ceases, and you're left with only the whisper of the wind over their concrete shells. This particular story, my story, began on a Tuesday in late October. The autumn foliage was in its final, fiery burst of glory, a riot of crimson and gold against a crisp, blue sky. The air had that sharp, clean bite that promises winter is on its way. It was a perfect day, the kind that reminds me why I chose this life. I was finishing up my paperwork in the small ranger station when the call came in. It was from the sheriff's office, relaying a tip from a local farmer. He claimed he'd seen a suspicious truck heading deep into the TNT area, far off the main access roads, near the old Sector G. The farmer suspected illegal dumping. Illegal dumping is a constant, frustrating battle. People too cheap or too lazy to go to the landfill will drive into the wilderness and unload a truck full of old tires, construction debris, or worse. It's a violation of the land I'm sworn to protect, and it always fills me with a cold anger. I told the dispatcher I was on my way. I swapped my office chair for the driver's seat of my state-issued pickup truck. Its green and white paint job, a familiar sight on these gravel roads. The journey to Sector G took about 20 minutes. The main road gave way to a less traveled service lane, which in turn became little more than 2 tire ruts in the dirt. The truck groaned and jostled over the uneven terrain. The sun was getting low, casting long, distorted shadows through the trees. The world was slowly being painted in shades of orange and purple. I parked where the track became impassable and continued on foot. My boots crunched on a carpet of fallen leaves, the sound unnaturally loud in the growing stillness. I had my service pistol holstered on my hip and a heavy-duty flashlight in my hand, though I didn't need it yet. This deep in the woods, the silence was profound. I passed 2 of the concrete domes, their arched entrances dark and unwelcoming, like the mouths of sleeping giants. A shiver, not entirely from the evening chill, traced a path down my spine. It was the smell that hit me first. It wasn't the usual scent of decaying leaves and damp earth. This was a sharp, acrid odor, an unnatural chemical tang that burned the back of my throat. It grew stronger as I crested a small hill. And then I saw it. In a small clearing, nestled between 3 of the concrete igloos, was the dump site. It was worse than I had imagined. Not just tires or old furniture. There were dozens of rusted 50-5-gallon drums, some tipped over, their contents having leaked out to form grotesque pools on the forest floor. The ground was stained a sickly, dark color, and all the vegetation in the immediate area was dead, bleached to a pale, skeletal white. My anger was quickly replaced by a sense of dread. This wasn't casual dumping. This was hazardous waste. My mind raced through protocols. Secure the area. Report it. Do not make contact with any substances. I pulled my radio, but the signal was weak this far out, swallowed by the dense woods and the concrete structures. Dispatch, this is Ranger Chen. Do you copy? Static was my only reply. I'd have to go back to the truck. But first, I needed evidence. I needed to document the scene. I pulled out my phone to take pictures, the flash cutting through the deepening gloom. As the light hit the pools of leaked chemicals, something strange happened. They didn't just reflect the light. They seemed to absorb it and throw it back with an otherworldly glow. The liquid shimmered with an iridescent, oily sheen, but the colors were wrong. Not the familiar rainbow of oil on water, but deeper, more vibrant hues of violet, emerald, and a pulsating blood like crimson. It was mesmerizingly beautiful and deeply unsettling. My training screamed at me to keep my distance, but my duty compelled me to get a sample. If we were going to find the people who did this, the lab would need something to analyze. I retrieved a hazardous material sampling kit from my pack. I pulled on a pair of thick, neoprene gloves, my movements slow and deliberate. I chose a small, relatively contained pool and knelt beside it. The chemical smell was overpowering now, making my eyes water. I uncapped a sterile glass vial and carefully dipped it into the viscous, shimmering liquid. The fluid was thick, clinging to the glass. As I pulled the vial out, my foot slipped on a patch of slick, dead leaves. I threw out my hand to catch myself, and in that split second of lost balance, the vial tilted. A small amount of the iridescent liquid, no more than a few drops, sloshed over the side and onto the back of my gloved hand. It was the other hand, the one I had used to steady myself, that was the problem. My gloved hand had landed squarely on a sharp piece of rusted metal from one of the barrels, and it had torn a small gash in the neoprene. Before I could even register the tear, a single, brilliant droplet of the crimson and violet liquid seeped through the opening and made direct contact with my skin. It was shockingly cold, a cold that felt like it sank right into the bone. A sharp, tingling numbness immediately spread from the point of contact. I swore, scrambling back, my heart hammering against my ribs. I ripped the glove off. On the back of my hand, a single, perfect, shimmering bead of the chemical sat on my skin. It didn't spread. It just sat there, a jewel of poison, pulsing with that faint, internal light. Panic flared in my chest. I fumbled for the decontamination wipes in my kit, my hands shaking. I scrubbed at my skin, hard, until it was raw and red. The liquid smeared, then vanished, absorbed into my pores. The cold sensation faded, replaced by a dull, throbbing ache. I stood there for a long moment, breathing heavily, the silence of the woods pressing in on me. I sealed the sample vial, my movements jerky. I took a few more pictures, my mind a frantic buzz of incident reports and contamination protocols. But underneath the professional anxiety, a new and unfamiliar fear was taking root. A primal fear. As I turned to leave, the last sliver of the sun disappeared below the horizon. True darkness fell upon the TNT area. I flicked on my flashlight, its beam cutting a nervous path through the trees. Every rustle of leaves, Every snap of a twig sounded like a footstep behind me. The familiar woods suddenly felt alien and hostile. The concrete domes, caught in the edge of my flashlight beam, seemed to watch me go, their dark entrances like knowing, silent eyes. I felt a strange throbbing in my hand, a faint echo of that unnatural cold. I glanced down at it. In the pale, artificial light, it looked perfectly normal. Just a hand. But I knew, with a certainty that chilled me more than the night air, that something was wrong. I had done more than just discover a crime scene. In that clearing, surrounded by the ghosts of a forgotten war, I had made a terrible, irreversible mistake. The forest had a new secret, and I had just let it in. The drive back to the ranger station was a blur. The familiar gravel roads, which I could navigate in my sleep, now seemed foreign and menacing under the cold, white glare of my headlights. Every shadow thrown by the trees seemed to leap and twist in my peripheral vision, forming shapes that were not quite right. My hand, the one that had been contaminated, rested on the steering wheel, and a persistent, dull throb pulsed from it, a rhythmic reminder of my mistake. It was more than just a physical sensation. It felt like a signal, a slow, steady drumbeat counting down to something terrible. The chemical smell, that sharp, acrid tang, lingered in my nostrils, or perhaps only in my mind. I couldn't be sure. By the time I reached the station, a profound exhaustion had settled deep into my bones. It was a weariness that went beyond a long day's work. My muscles ached, and a low, grayed headache was starting to build behind my eyes. I managed to get a clear enough signal to in the discovery of the hazardous waste site, my voice sounding strained and distant to my own ears. The dispatcher promised to notify the state's environmental protection team first thing in the morning and advised me to file a full incident report. Sitting in front of the computer screen in the empty office, the task felt monumental. The fluorescent lights overhead hummed with an intensity that seemed to drill directly into my skull. The bright white of the screen was painful to look at, forcing me to squint. I tried to type, to detail the location, the nature of the waste, the evidence I had collected, but the words swam before my eyes. My thoughts were scattered, disjointed. The image of those iridescent pools kept flashing in my mind, the memory of that unnatural, pulsing light eclipsing everything else. After an hour of producing little more than a few garbled sentences, I gave up. I told myself I was just shaken up, suffering the effects of stress and fume inhalation. A good night's sleep was all I needed. I locked up the station, the vial with the sample safely secured in an evidence locker, and drove home. My small house is tucked away at the edge of the management area, a perk of the job. Usually it's my sanctuary, a place of quiet and solitude. Tonight, it felt like a cage. The silence was too loud, amplifying the frantic thumping of my own heart. I showered, scrubbing my skin until it was red, trying in vain to wash away the feeling of contamination. The throbbing in my hand had subsided to a faint tingle, but I couldn't stop looking at it, expecting to see some change, some mark. There was nothing. Sleep did not come easily. I tossed and turned, my body aching as if I had a fever. When I finally did drift off, it was not into the peaceful oblivion I craved, but into a nightmare more vivid and terrifying than any I had ever experienced. I was flying, but it wasn't the liberating, joyful flight of dreams. It was a violent, uncontrolled ascent. I felt myself being ripped from my bed, pulled upward through the roof of my house, as if by an unseen force. The world below shrank with terrifying speed. Then, I was plunging back down, hurtling through the cold night air. I wasn't soaring. I was falling with style, a puppet on invisible strings. The forest of the TNT area spread out beneath me, a dark, tangled maze. I swooped low over the skeletal branches of the trees, the wind screaming past my ears. I saw the concrete domes, their curved tops gleaming faintly in the moonlight like bleached skulls. I felt an overwhelming, instinctual familiarity with this place, a sense of belonging that was utterly alien. I was seeing the world through different eyes, feeling it with a different heart. In the dream, I opened my mouth to scream, but the only sound that came out was a high, pitched, chittering cry that was not human. I woke up with a gasp, drenched in a cold sweat, my heart hammering against my ribs as if trying to escape my chest. The dream clung to me, its visceral sensations refusing to fade. For a moment, I was still falling. Then, the first rays of dawn pierced through my bedroom window. The light was agony. It was like daggers of white, hot fire being driven into my eyes. I cried out, shielding my face with my arm. A wave of nausea washing over me. The pain was excruciating, 1,000 times worse than the worst migraine. I stumbled out of bed. Crashing into furniture, my world reduced to a blinding, painful glare. I fumbled my way to the bathroom, desperate for the darkness, for relief. I slammed the door shut, plunging the room into shadow, and leaned against it, breathing heavily. My eyes throbbed with a searing pain. It took several minutes for the worst of it to subside, leaving a dull, persistent ache. I blinked, trying to clear my vision. Slowly, I turned to face the mirror over the sink. The man staring back was a wreck. His face was pale and slick with sweat, his hair matted. But it was his eyes that held my attention. They were shot through with a web of red veins, the sclera inflamed and angry. The pupils were dilated to an impossible degree, two enormous black pools that had almost swallowed the irises entirely. They looked like the eyes of a nocturnal predator, designed to swallow every last photon of light. As I stared, my breath catching in my throat, I saw something else. A flicker. Deep within the blackness of my pupils, something shimmered for a fraction of a second. I leaned closer to the mirror, my nose almost touching the cold glass. I held my breath, waiting. There it was again. For one horrifying, heart-stopping instant, the dilated blackness was replaced by two distinct, glowing points of crimson light, like embers burning in a deep cave. They stared back at me from my own reflection, ancient and intelligent and utterly inhuman. I recoiled as if struck, scrambling backward until I hit the opposite wall and slid to the floor. It wasn't a trick of the light. It wasn't my imagination. I saw it. Those were not my eyes. Panic, cold and absolute, seized me. I called in sick to work, my voice a hoarse whisper on the phone. I couldn't face the daylight. I couldn't face anyone. I spent the day in my darkened house, curtains drawn, every lamp switched off. The world outside had become a threat. My senses were in revolt. The gentle ticking of the clock on the wall sounded like a hammer striking an anvil. I could hear the rustle of a mouse in the wall with perfect, maddening clarity. When my neighbor started his car 2 houses down, the sound of the engine was a physical blow. My body was a landscape of new and terrifying sensations. My joints ached and popped, and I felt a strange, persistent tension under my skin, as if my muscles were being stretched and re-northen. A strange hunger gnawed at me, but the food in my fridge smelled rotten, repulsive. The only thing that seemed to quiet the storm inside me was the darkness. As night fell again, a new feeling began to stir within me. It was a pull, a powerful, undeniable urge drawing me eastward, back toward the TNT area. It wasn't a conscious desire, it was a deep, instinctual craving. Like a migratory bird feeling the turn of the seasons, my body wanted to go there. It needed to be there. I fought it for hours, pacing the dark confines of my living room like a caged animal. But the pull grew stronger, a silent command that bypassed my rational mind. I found myself standing at the door, my hand on the knob. I looked down at my hands, in the dim light filtering through the curtains. They seemed longer, the fingers thinner. The nails looked harder, darker. They didn't feel like my hands anymore. The horror was no longer a nightmare I could wake up from. It was my reality. The man who was David Chen, the park ranger, was being overwritten, erased by something new, something that had been sleeping in the poisoned soil of McClintock. I didn't just find its habitat, I had ingested its essence. I was becoming its habitat, and it was calling me home. The fight was over. The entity that was David Chen had lost. His rational mind was submerged, drowned beneath a tidal wave of overwhelming instinct. My body moved of its own accord, my hand twisting the doorknob without my command. I stepped out into the blackness of the night. The cold air no longer chilled me. Instead, it felt like a familiar embrace. I didn't take the road. I plunged directly into the forest, my body moving with a speed and agility I had never known. I no longer stumbled over unseen roots or branches, but vaulted them with an easy grace, as if I could see every detail in the absolute darkness. The world was no longer dark to me, but bathed in a faint, silvery light. Every detail of the bark on the trees, every vein on a leaf, stood out in preternatural sharpness. The sounds of the night forest no longer startled me. They were a symphony I could understand. I could hear the frantic, tiny heartbeat of a rabbit in its burrow, the delicate friction of a moth's wings, the soft, sleeping breath of a deer far in the distance. The pull grew stronger, an invisible beacon, drawing me deeper into the heart of the TNT area. I moved through the familiar woods that now felt strangely like home. I passed the concrete domes that once filled me with dread. Now, they felt like monuments of power, markers of my territory. Finally, I arrived at the clearing. The chemical smell, once nauseating, was now a sweet perfume. It was the scent of home of my genesis. The iridescent pools were still there, shimmering in the dark like the eyes of some alien god. They were not monstrous anymore, but deeply inviting. They were my power source, my font of transformation. I approached the largest pool slowly, my body trembling with anticipation. I knelt at its edge, looking at my reflection on the slick surface. The face that stared back was barely mine. The eyes were the only thing I recognized, not by their shape, but by the 2 points of crimson light that burned within the vast blackness of the pupils. They were the eyes of a predator, of a creature of the night. Instinct commanded what my human mind screamed against. I plunged my hand into the cold, viscous liquid. The moment my fingertips touched it, assertive energy shot through my entire being. It was an agony and an ecstasy all at once. I screamed, but the sound that tore from my throat was no longer human. It was a high-pitched, chittering cry that echoed through the forest, an announcement of a birth. The change began in earnest. I could feel the bones in my body twisting, elongating. There were sickening cracks and pops from within me as my skeleton reformed itself. My skin stretched and tore as new muscle grew beneath it. The pain was beyond imagination, but underneath it was a sense of release. My human thoughts, the memories of David Chen, his duties, his fears, were all being incinerated in this crucible of change. I felt an intense pressure on my back, between my shoulder blades. My skin ripped open, and something pushed its way out. It was wet and folded, but I could feel the power coiled within it. With a monumental effort, I unfurled them. Two massive wings, made of leathery, black skin, like a bat's but larger and far more powerful, stretched out into the night air. They were immense and perfect. I looked down at my new body in the reflection. My limbs were longer, thinner. My fingers were long and tapered into sharp claws. My body was covered in a fine, black fur that seemed to drink the light. I was not David Chen anymore. That man had died in the glowing pool. A new hunger consumed me, not for food, but for the sky. A desire to feel the wind under my wings, a need to ascend. I bent my knees, my new instincts guiding me. The powerful muscles in my legs and back tensed, and with a single, mighty push, I launched myself from the ground. That first flight was clumsy and exhilarating. My wings beat at the air awkwardly, but they caught the wind. I rose higher and higher still, above the canopy of the trees. The feeling of ascent was incredible. The world opened up below me. The forest that had been a maze was now a dark carpet, spread wide. I could see the distant lights of Point Pleasant, a meaningless little patch of light in my new world. I circled over the TNT area. The concrete domes looked like giant's eggs from this height. I felt an overwhelming sense of ownership of this place. This was my kingdom, my hunting ground. The chemicals that had created me had forever bound me to this land. The last memories of David Chen faded. They were a distant whisper. His thoughts were replaced by sharp, simple instincts to fly, to hunt, and to watch from the shadows. I landed silently on top of the highest concrete dome, my claws scraping against the cold, rough surface. I stood there, wings spread to their full extent in the moonlight, a massive black silhouette against the starry sky. My red eyes scanned the darkness below, seeing every movement, every flicker of life. I was not a mistake of nature. I was its next evolution, a legend brought to life by man's poison. They used to call me David Chen. Now, I have no name. I am the whisper of wings in the dark, the shadow that flits across the moon, the two burning red eyes that will haunt this forest forever. They didn't find Mothman's habitat, they created it. And now, I am free. My name is Sarah Jenkins, and for the past 3 years, I have served as a park ranger in the Great Smoky Mountains National Park. It's a title I wear with a profound sense of pride and responsibility. Most people see the Smokies as a vacation spot, a rolling expanse of blue, green haze, and scenic overlooks perfect for a postcard. They come for the waterfalls, the black bears, and the vibrant tapestry of autumn leaves. They see the beauty, but they don't often feel the soul of the place. I do. My assigned patrol area is Cades Cove, a lush, broad valley nestled deep within the park, a place where history breathes in the quiet air. Cades Cove is not just a section of the park, it's a world unto itself. An 11-mile, one-way loop road circles its perimeter, a paved artery that carries a slow, steady stream of tourists past preserved log cabins, cantilever barns, and 3 historic churches. These structures are relics of a community that thrived here in the 19th century, hardy settlers who carved a life from this isolated wilderness. As a ranger, my job is multifaceted. I am a guide, a law enforcement officer, a medic, and, most importantly, a guardian. I protect the wildlife from the people from the wildlife, and the history of this place from the relentless march of time. I've always felt a deep connection to the cove. When the last tourist car has passed the gate for the day, and the setting sun begins to bleed gold and crimson across the western ridge, a different kind of magic takes hold. The silence that descends is absolute, broken only by the call of a whip-poor will or the rustle of a deer in the underbrush. In these moments, the 21st century feels like a distant dream. The valley reverts to its primal self, and you can almost hear the ghosts of the past whispering on the wind. The creak of a wagon wheel, the ring of a blacksmith's hammer, the laughter of children long since turned to dust. I never found these feelings frightening. To me, they were comforting, a reminder that I was a small part of a much larger, longer story. My duties often keep me in the cove well after dusk, especially during the busy seasons. My station is a small, sturdy cabin not far from the cable mill historic area, a solitary outpost against the vast, encroaching wilderness. I know the loop road like the back of my hand, every curve, every dip, every place a black bear is likely to cross. I know the sounds of the forest at night, the familiar and the unfamiliar. I am not a person easily spooked. I've faced down charging wild boars, dealt with belligerent drunks, and performed first aid in the pitch black dark. Fear, I've always believed, is a tool. It keeps you sharp. It keeps you alive. But I had never known a fear like the one that was waiting for me. The day it began was a Tuesday in late October. The air had a crisp, cool edge to it, and the trees were a riot of color. The tourist traffic had been heavy, a final surge before the colder weather set in. I spent the day managing traffic jams caused by beer, jams, reminding visitors not to feed the wildlife, and answering the same questions I'd answered 1,000 times. By the time I began my final patrol of the loop, the sun was already low in the sky, casting long, skeletal shadows across the fields. My last stop was the primitive Baptist church, one of the oldest structures in the cove, established in 1827. Its adjacent cemetery is a quiet, somber place, with weathered headstones that lean at odd angles, their inscriptions faded by nearly 2 centuries of wind and rain. A recent storm had passed through, and part of my duty was to check for damage to the historic sites. A large oak branch, heavy and thick, had fallen near the back of the cemetery. As I approached, my flashlight beam cut through the deepening twilight, and I saw that the branch had struck one of the graves. A small, simple headstone, no larger than a carry-on suitcase, had been knocked completely from its base. It lay face down in the damp soil. A pang of sadness, sharp and unexpected, went through me. I knelt, my knees sinking into the cold earth, and brushed away the leaves and debris. Using the edge of my boot, I carefully turned the stone over. The inscription was faint but still legible in the bleak light of my flashlight. JXCOB Hale, 1831, 1837 a BLO vid saw. Go THENGLs, 6 years old. A wave of melancholy washed over me. I thought of the parents who had stood on this very spot, their hearts broken, as they laid their little boy to rest. This small stone was the only thing left to mark his short life, a final testament to his existence. To see it toppled, discarded like a piece of rubble, felt profoundly wrong. It felt like a desecration, even if it was just an act of nature. Without a second thought, I decided I had to set it right. It was a matter of respect. The stone was heavier than it looked, a solid piece of mountain rock. I positioned myself, planting my feet firmly in the soft ground. I gripped the cold, rough edges, the dampness seeping into my gloves. I bent my knees and lifted, putting my back into it. A grunt escaped my lips as the stone came free of the mud's suction. It was an awkward, heavy weight. My muscles screamed in protest, but I was determined. Slowly, painstakingly, I maneuvered the headstone back onto its stone base. It took several attempts to get it aligned. Finally, with a heavy, grinding scrape of stone on stone, it settled into place. It wasn't perfect. It was slightly askew, but it was upright. It was whole again. I stood back, breathing heavily, my palms resting on my knees. A sense of satisfaction settled over me. I had righted a small wrong, paid a small tribute to a forgotten child. I ran my gloved hand over the name one last time. "There you go, Jacob," I whispered into the quiet air. "Rest easy." As I turned to leave, a sudden gust of wind swirled through the cemetery, colder than before. It kicked up a flurry of dead leaves that danced around the tombstones, like frantic spirits before settling again. The silence that followed was different. It was heavier, deeper, as if the very air was holding its breath. The comforting whispers of the past were gone, replaced by a listening stillness. I shook my head, dismissing the feeling. It was just the night, the isolation, my own tired mind playing tricks on me. The drive back to my station was unusually tense. The darkness outside my truck seemed absolute, a solid wall of black that my headlights could barely penetrate. The familiar shapes of the trees seemed to lean in closer, their branches like grasping fingers. I found myself checking my rearview mirror constantly, though I knew the gate was locked and I was the only one left in the cove. When I finally reached my station, I felt a wave of relief. The small cabin, with its warm electric lights, was a beacon of safety and normalcy. I went through my nightly routine, logging my patrol, checking the next day's weather, forecast, making a cup of tea. But I couldn't shake the unease that had settled deep in my bones. That's when I heard it for the first time. It was faint, coming from outside, somewhere in the direction of the woods behind the station. It was the sound of a child's laughter, a single, high-pitched giggle. I froze, my mug halfway to my lips. My rational mind immediately began searching for an explanation. A fox, a screech owl. Some animals make strange, almost human-like sounds. It had to be an animal. I stood up and walked to the window, peering out into the impenetrable darkness. I saw nothing but the reflection of my own tense face in the glass. I told myself I was being ridiculous. I was tired. My imagination was running wild after my somber discovery in the cemetery. I sat back down, forcing myself to relax. But a few minutes later, I heard a soft thump on the front porch, followed by another. Thump, thump, thump. My heart hammered against my ribs. That was not an animal. It was the sound of footsteps. Small, light footsteps. I grabbed my heavy-duty flashlight from its charger by the door, my hand trembling slightly. I took a deep breath, unlocked the deadbolt, and pulled the door open, shining the powerful beam across the wooden porch. There was nothing there. No person. No animal. Just the empty rocking chair and the cool, silent night. I was about to step back inside, to chalk it all up to frayed nerves, when my light caught something on the floorboards. There, leading from the edge of the porch to my door, were two small, muddy footprints. They were perfectly formed, the distinct shape of a child's bare feet. They were fresh. The mud was still dark and wet. A cold dread, colder and sharper than any mountain wind, washed over me. I hadn't walked through any mud. No one else had been here. The prints hadn't been there when I arrived. They had appeared in the last few minutes. They looked like the footprints of a child who had come out of the woods and walked to my door. A child who wanted to play. I quickly backed inside, my hand shaking as I slammed the deadbolt home. I leaned against the door, my breath coming in ragged gasps. My safe, solitary cabin no longer felt like a fortress. It felt like a trap. Outside, in the vast, listening darkness of Cade's Cove, something I had disturbed was awake, and it knew where I was. Sleep did not come that night. How could it? Every time I closed my eyes, the image of those small, muddy footprints burned behind my eyelids. I spent the hours huddled in the main room of the cabin. A heavy wool blanket wrapped around my shoulders, my back pressed into a corner. I had left a single lamp on, casting a pool of weak, yellow light that seemed only to make the shadows in the rest of the room deeper and more menacing. I listened. I listened until my ears ached from the strain. The silence of the cove, once a source of comfort, had become an instrument of torture. Every creak of the cabin's old timbers, every rustle of leaves skittering across the roof, sent a fresh jolt of adrenaline through my system. The child's laughter did not return, but its absence was somehow worse. The silence felt charged, expectant, as if the entity was waiting just outside, enjoying my terror. I kept my service pistol on the small table beside me. I had no idea what good it would do against whatever this was, but its cold, solid weight was a small, tangible comfort in a world that had suddenly lost all its familiar anchors. When the first hints of dawn finally began to filter through the trees, painting the eastern sky in shades of gray and pale pink, it felt like a pardon. I had survived the night. With the arrival of daylight, a sliver of my rational mind began to reassert itself. It had to be a prank. Some local kids, maybe. They knew the ranger's schedule, found a way to sneak past the gate after dark. It was elaborate, cruel, but it was a logical explanation. It was a lifeline I clung to with desperate hope. With the sun fully up, I forced myself to unbolt the door. My hand was steady now, fueled by a mixture of exhaustion and a grim determination to prove my fears unfounded. I swung the door open and stepped onto the porch, my eyes immediately dropping to the floorboards. The footprints were gone. I stared at the spot where they had been, my heart sinking. There was no trace of them. The wood was clean and dry. Had I imagined them? Was I so sleep-deprived, so on edge, that I had hallucinated the entire thing? For a moment, I felt a dizzying sense of relief. I was just losing my mind. That was a terrifying thought, but it was better than the alternative. I walked to the edge of the porch, scanning the ground below. Nothing. No tracks in the damp soil around the cabin. No sign of anyone having been there at all. I let out a long, shaky breath. It was over. A trick of the mind. I went back inside, my shoulders slumping with relief, and began the routine of making coffee, the simple, mundane act of welcome return to normalcy. But the normalcy was a fragile illusion, and it was shattered within the hour. I was sitting at my small kitchen table, nursing my second cup of coffee, when a glint of light from across the room caught my eye. On the floor, near the stone hearth of the fireplace, lay a single, small object. I hadn't noticed it before. I got up and walked over, my bare feet cold on the wooden floor. I bent down and picked it up. It was a marble. Not a modern, perfectly spherical glass marble, but an old one made of clay. It was a dull, earthy brown, slightly misshapen, with a faint, hand-painted blue swirl on one side. It was the kind of toy a child might have in the 1830s. I stood there, the small clay sphere cold in my palm, and the fear came rushing back, a suffocating tide. This was not in my head. This was real. This object did not belong here. It hadn't been here yesterday. It was as if something had been left behind. A token, a plaything. The games began in earnest after that. They were small things at first, designed. It seemed to unravel my sanity piece by piece. I would place my keys on the hook by the door, only to find them minutes later on the kitchen counter. I'd close a cupboard door, turn my back, and hear the soft click of it swinging open again. A book I was reading, left face down on the arm of my chair, would be found lying on the floor, its pages flipped to a different chapter. Each incident was minor, easily dismissible on its own. But together, they formed a pattern of quiet, persistent torment. It was a psychological war, and I was losing. The cabin, my sanctuary, was no longer my own. It had been invaded by a silent, invisible presence that took a childish delight in tormenting me. The laughter returned the following night. This time, it wasn't a single, distant giggle. It was closer. It sounded like it was coming from just outside the window, a series of short, sharp bursts of mirth, as if a child were playing hide and seek in the bushes just a few feet away. I didn't look. I couldn't. I pulled the curtains tight, turned up the volume on my small radio to drown out the sound, and tried to pretend I was somewhere else. But the radio only crackled with static before falling silent. Then, through the speaker, clear as day, came the faint, tinny sound of a nursery rhyme being hummed. I lunged across the room and shut it off, my hands shaking violently. I retreated to my corner, pulling the blanket around me like a shield. I began talking to myself, a low, desperate murmur. "You're Sarah Jenkins. You're a park ranger. You are trained for this. You are in control." But I wasn't in control. I was a prisoner. The third day was when the games turned from mischievous to malicious. The entity was growing bolder, or perhaps just bored with its subtle torments. I was preparing a report at my desk, the afternoon sun streaming through the window, when a sudden, violent crash made me cry out and leap to my feet. Across the room, a framed photograph had been torn from the wall and hurled against the opposite side of the cabin. It lay on the floor amid a spray of shattered glass. It was my favorite picture of my parents, taken on their last anniversary before my father passed away. The sight of it, violated and broken, sent a hot spike of rage through my fear. "Stop it!" I screamed into the empty room, my voice raw. "What do you want? Leave me alone." The only answer was a faint, skittering sound from the loft above my head, like a handful of pebbles being dropped on the floorboards. Then silence. A heavy, mocking silence. I knew then that I couldn't stay another night. My training, my pride, my duty, none of it mattered anymore. This was no longer about protecting the park. It was about survival. I would pack a bag, get in my truck, and drive. I wouldn't stop until I hit the lights of Gatlinburg. I would report a gas leak, a structural issue with the cabin, anything to explain why I had abandoned my post. I moved with frantic energy, throwing clothes, my laptop, and essential gear into a duffel bag. My hands fumbled, my mind raced. I kept glancing over my shoulder, expecting to see something, to feel a cold touch on my neck. The air in the cabin was thick and heavy, charged with a palpable sense of malevolence. It knew I was leaving. It wasn't going to let me go. Bag packed, I grabbed my keys from the table. Thankfully, they were where I'd left them, and went to the door. I put my hand on the deadbolt. It wouldn't turn. I tried again, putting all my strength into it. The metal lock was solid, immovable, as if it had been welded shut. Panic, cold and sharp, seized me. I rattled the doorknob, pulling and pushing on the heavy wooden door. It didn't budge. It was sealed tight. I ran to the window in the main room, the one I always kept slightly ajar for ventilation. I fumbled with the latch and tried to slide it up. It wouldn't move more than an inch. I pushed with all my might, my palms flat against the glass, but it was as if something was holding it shut from the outside. I tried the other windows, one by one. The kitchen window, the small one in the bathroom. They were all stuck fast. I was trapped. A new sound started then. A slow, rhythmic scrape, scrape, scrape coming from the front porch. It was the sound of something being dragged across the wooden planks. I crept to the door, pressing my ear against the wood. The scraping stopped directly in front of the door. It was followed by a heavy, dull thud. And then, the laughter started again. It wasn't outside anymore. It was inside. It was a high, piercing giggle that echoed through the small cabin, coming from everywhere at once. It was the sound of a cruel, ancient child who had finally cornered its plaything. It had locked the doors, sealed the windows, and now it was ready for a new game. The laughter was the key that unlocked a new level of terror in my soul. It wasn't just in the room, it was in my head, a high piercing sound that vibrated behind my eyes. It was the sound of pure, unrestrained malice, cloaked in the guise of childish glee. My breath hitched in my throat, each gasp a painful sob. I was no longer just a ranger in a cabin. I was a mouse in a box, and the cat had finally decided to show its claws. My eyes darted around the room, searching for the source of the sound. But it was everywhere and nowhere at once. The single lamp on the table began to flicker violently, plunging the room into a strobing nightmare of light and shadow. In those flashing moments of darkness, the familiar shapes of the cabin, the chair, the table, the stone hearth, seemed to twist into monstrous forms. Then the assault began. It started with the shattered photograph of my parents. The frame lifted from the floor, glass shards tinkling, and hovered in the air for a heart, stopping a second before it shot across the room like a missile, smashing into the wall just inches from my head. I screamed, scrambling backward, pressing myself so hard into the corner that the rough, hewn logs dug into my spine. It was a declaration. The time for subtle games was over. One by one, objects in the cabin came to life. The books on my shelf flew out, pages flapping like panicked birds, striking the walls and floor with hard, percussive thuds. The coffee mug I'd used that morning launched from the kitchen counter and exploded against the ceiling, raining down ceramic shrapnel. The heavy iron poker from the fireplace lifted into the air, glowing with a faint, malevolent energy, and began to beat a frantic, deafening rhythm against the stone hearth. Clang, clang. Each strike was a hammer blow to my sanity. This was a poltergeist, a violent, hateful force that took pleasure in destruction, and I was its sole audience. Through the cacophony, the laughter continued, weaving in and out of the chaos, the soundtrack to my own personal hell. My mind, fractured by fear, raced for an answer. What did it want? The grave, Jacob Hale. I had disturbed him. I had put his headstone back. A sign of respect, I had thought. But what if it wasn't? What if? In my ignorance, I had trapped him. Or perhaps, by touching his marker, I had invited him, given him a connection to me. The clay marble in my pocket felt as heavy as a stone. It was his. He had brought his toy. He wanted to play. "What game do you want to play?" "Jacob." I whimpered, the words barely audible over the din. As if in answer, the iron poker stopped its drumming. It turned in mid-air, the sharp point now aimed directly at my chest. The laughter subsided into a low, expectant chuckle. The message was clear. The game was pain. The game was death. A primal survival instinct, buried deep beneath layers of terror, finally ignited. I was a ranger. I was a survivor. I would not die like this, cowering in a corner, tormented by a dead child. My eyes locked onto my service pistol, still lying on the small table in the center of the room. It was 10 feet away. An impossible distance. The poker quivered in the air, ready to launch. I didn't think. I just moved. I threw myself sideways, rolling across the floor as the poker shot past where I had been, embedding itself deep into the log wall with a sickening thwump. I scrambled on my hands and knees, splinters digging into my palms, my eyes fixed on the gun. The laughter shrieked, enraged that its toy was fighting back. The duffel bag I had packed was lifted and swung at me like a club, catching me in the ribs and knocking the wind from my lungs. I gasped, pain flaring through my side, but I didn't stop. My fingers closed around the cold steel grip of the pistol. I rolled onto my back, bringing the weapon up, my hands shaking so badly I could barely hold it steady.
Leave me alone?
I screamed, my voice tearing from my throat. The cabin fell silent. The flying objects dropped to the floor. The flickering light stabilized. For a moment, I thought it was over. I thought my defiance had scared it away. Then, I saw him. He was standing by the hearth, coalescing out of the shadows. He wasn't a ghost. Not a transparent, shimmering apparition. He was solid. A small boy, no older than 6, dressed in ragged, homespun trousers and a simple shirt. The kind I'd seen in the historical photographs. His feet were bare and caked in dark, wet mud. His face was pale, his eyes too dark, empty pits that seemed to absorb the light. And he was smiling. It was not a child's smile. It was ancient and predatory. He lifted a small hand and pointed a finger at the front door. My gaze followed his. My blood ran cold. The scraping sound I had heard earlier, the heavy thud, I finally understood. Propped against the inside of the door, blocking my exit, was the gravestone. Jacob Hale's gravestone. It was covered in damp soil and bits of grass. He had dragged it all the way from the cemetery. He had brought his front door to my front door. He wanted me to come home with him. The boy took a slow step towards me. Then another. His smile widened, showing gums that were unnaturally dark. The laughter started again, but this time it came from his unmoving lips. A horrible, ventriloquist's trick. I aimed the pistol, my finger on the trigger. What was I going to do? Shoot a ghost? Shoot a child? My mind screamed at the absurdity, the impossibility of it all. He was halfway across the room now. The air grew impossibly cold. I could see my breath fogging in front of me. The floorboards creaked under his small, muddy feet. My ranger training was about logic. Assess the threat. Find a solution. The threat was a spirit. The solution couldn't be a bullet. The problem started at the grave. Maybe the solution was there too. I had set the stone upright. He had torn it down and brought it here. He didn't want to rest. He wanted out. What I had done was not an act of respect, it was an act of imprisonment. I had fixed his cage. "I'm sorry," I choked out. lowering the gun slightly. "I'm sorry, Jacob. I didn't understand." The boy paused, his head cocking to the side, the smile faltering for just a second. A flicker of something, confusion, curiosity, crossed his face. "I'll fix it," I said, my voice gaining a desperate strength. "I put it back. I'll knock it down. Whatever you want. Just let me go." For a moment, there was only the sound of my own ragged breathing. The boy stood perfectly still. Then the smile returned, wider and more terrible than before. He shook his head slowly from side to side. It was too late for apologies. The game was too much fun. He lunged. He didn't run. He flew across the remaining distance in a blur of motion. I fired the gun on pure instinct, the explosion deafening in the small cabin. The bullet passed straight through his chest with no effect. He was on me, his weightless, icy body pinning me to the floor. His hands, impossibly strong, closed around my throat. I couldn't breathe. The world began to shrink into a dark, narrow tunnel. His face was inches from mine, his black, empty eyes swallowing me whole. With the last of my strength, my fingers clawing at his iron grip, I did the only thing I could think of. I brought the heavy pistol up and swung it with all my might, not at him, but at the window beside us. The glass didn't just shatter, it exploded outwards in a shower of glittering shards. The sudden, violent breach of the cabin's sealed space seemed to create a vacuum. A howling wind rushed in, and the spirit of Jacob Hale shrieked, a sound of pure agony, as if the outside world, the world of the living, was poison to him. His form flickered and dissolved, his grip on my throat vanishing. I didn't wait. I scrambled through the broken window, cutting my arms and legs on the jagged glass, and fell onto the damp ground outside. I landed hard, the impact jarring my bones, but I was up in an instant. I ran. I ran without looking back, my lungs burning, my bare feet pounding against the cold, hard, packed earth. I ran past my truck, away from the road, plunging headlong into the dark, unforgiving embrace of the forest. The only thought in my mind was to put as much distance as possible between myself and that cursed cabin. I ran until my legs gave out, collapsing in a heap at the base of a massive tulip poplar. I lay there for what felt like hours, sobbing, shaking, listening to the normal, comforting sounds of the night woods. There was no laughter. There was no malice. There was only the wind and the trees. Eventually, I found my way to the loop road, and hours later, was found by the morning patrol, a babbling, incoherent wreck. I never went back to the ranger station. I resigned my post that week. They said I'd suffered a breakdown, a reaction to the stress and isolation of the job. They found the cabin in shambles, the door blocked by a heavy, old gravestone. They called it a bizarre act of vandalism. They never found the bullet casing. Sometimes, in my new life, in a city far from any mountains, I wake up in the middle of the night, my throat tight with a phantom pressure. And in the silent darkness of my safe, suburban home, I can almost hear it. Faint, distant, and waiting. The sound of a child's laughter. My name is Marcus Thorne, and for the last 12 years, I've been a park ranger with the U.S. Forest Service. Most of my career has been spent here, in the George Washington and Jefferson National Forests. A sprawling expanse of green that drapes itself over the Blue Ridge Mountains of Virginia. I've walked hundreds of miles of the Appalachian Trail, cleared fallen trees after thunderstorms, tracked lost hikers, and stared down everything from black bears to belligerent tourists. I know the rhythm of these mountains. I know their sounds, their silences, and their secrets. Or so I thought. The sun was bleeding its last orange and purple hues across the ridgeline as I made the final ascent toward the priest's shelter. It had been a long day of trail maintenance, the satisfying ache in my shoulders and legs a familiar companion. My job was simple. Hike the 10-mile loop, check for any new hazards, and spend the noon hazards at the shelter before hiking out in the morning. It was routine. It was peaceful. The forest was my office, my sanctuary. As twilight deepened, the woods began their nightly transformation. The chorus of daytime birds quieted, replaced by the chirping of crickets and the occasional hoot of a barred owl. The air grew cooler, carrying the rich, earthy scent of damp soil and decaying leaves. A thin mist began to weave its way through the trees, clinging to the hollows and making ghosts of the ancient oaks and poplars that stood sentinel along the path. This was the forest I loved, moody, atmospheric, and profoundly indifferent to the world of men. It didn't care about your job, your worries, or your sins. It simply was. The priest's shelter is a classic Appalachian trail, leading to a three-sided timber structure with a gently sloping roof and a wooden sleeping platform. It gets its name from its location on Priest Mountain, a place of grueling climbs and rewarding vistas. It's a welcome sight for weary through hikers, a small bastion of civilization in the vast wilderness. Tonight, however, it was empty. The trail was quiet this time of year, caught in the lull between the summer rush and the autumn leaf peepers. I was glad for the solitude. I dropped my pack onto the platform with a heavy thud, the sound echoing slightly in the quiet clearing. I unrolled my sleeping bag, set up my small stove to heat some water for a dehydrated meal, and settled in. The only light came from my headlamp, a bright white cone that cut through the encroaching darkness, making the shadows at its edge seem deeper, darker. After eating, I did what most people do when they stay at a shelter. I looked for the logbook. These books are a trail tradition, a place for hikers to leave their mark. They're usually filled with weather reports, trail names, musings on the beauty of nature, and complaints about mice. The priest's logbook, however, had a unique reputation. Tucked inside a waterproof container, bolted to the shelter wall, it was known for its confessions. It was a silly, long-running joke. Given the shelter's name, hikers had taken to writing out their sins. I clicked on my headlamp and pulled the thick, worn notebook from its container. Flipping through the pages, I couldn't help but chuckle. I confess, wrote a hiker named that I ate the last Snickers bar and told my hiking partner a squirrel must have taken it. I confess, wrote Blister Sister, that I secretly wish a bear would eat my boyfriend's smelly socks. Another entry from Pathfinder, read, I confess that on the climb up here, I thought about faking a heart attack just to get out of carrying my pack the rest of the way to Maine. It was all so harmless, so trivial. The confessions of tired, hungry people finding of humor in their shared hardship. I read on, amused by the litany of minor transgressions. There were confessions of skipping filter duty, of hoarding good toilet paper, of singing off key just to annoy fellow hikers. It was a catalog of petty, human failings, laid bare under the watchful eye of Priest Mountain. I sat there for a long time, the beam of my headlamp, the only thing holding back the immense, pressing darkness of the forest. A strange mood settled over me. It was a mix of boredom, isolation, and a touch of creative mischief. The owls were calling back and forth now, their voices weaving a haunting melody through the trees. The mist had thickened, and the world outside the small shelter felt distant and unreal. What would a real confession look like in here? The thought came to me unbidden. Something to break the monotony. Something to really give the next hiker a story to tell. A joke, of course. Just a bit of fiction to liven up the book. I uncapped my pen, its click sounding unnaturally loud in the silence. I found a fresh page. My light illuminated the clean, ruled lines. An empty stage waiting for a performance. I could just write my name, the date, and a quick note about the trail conditions. That was the professional thing to do. But the idea had taken root, a little seed of dark humor in the fertile ground of my solitude. I began to write, the words flowing with surprising ease. I didn't write about candy bars or smelly socks. I invented a character, a version of myself from a past that never existed. I wrote about a friend, a climbing partner from my youth. I gave him a name, Liam. I described a foolish risk, a climb we shouldn't have attempted on a day when the weather was turning. My fake confession became more elaborate. I wrote about a moment of choice on a high exposed rock face, a rope slipping, a moment of selfish fear. I wrote that I could have saved him, but I chose to save myself. I described cutting the rope. The words felt heavy and cold as they formed on the page. I wrote of the long, silent fall, a secret I had carried for 20 years, a ghost that walked with me on these very trails. I wrote of a body that was never found, a story I never told. It was a masterpiece of trailside fiction, dark, compelling, and utterly false. I hadn't been climbing in 20 years, and I'd certainly never known anyone named Liam who fell to his death. It was just a story, ink on paper. I finished the entry, my hand slightly cramped. The confession filled the entire page. It looked stark and serious amidst the light-hearted entries surrounding it. I confess my sin to the priest. I wrote as the final line. I have carried this weight for too long. May the mountain grant me peace. I signed it not with my name, but simply a ranger. Closing the book, I felt a ridiculous sense of satisfaction. The pride of an author who has just completed a particularly good chapter. I placed the logbook back in its waterproof container, the heavy-duty clasps snapping shut with a definitive click. That's when I felt it. The air changed. The temperature seemed to drop several degrees in an instant. A cold so deep it felt like it was seeping out of the very rock beneath me. The rhythmic chirping of the crickets ceased. All at once, as if a switch had been flipped. The silence that followed was not peaceful. It was absolute, profound, and heavy with expectation. It was the silence of a held breath. My headlamp flickered. Once, twice. The beam wavered, casting dancing, distorted shadows across the shelter wall. I tapped the casing, a nervous habit. The light steadied, but the feeling remained. The feeling of being watched. I've been in the woods my whole life. I know the feeling of a predator's gaze. This was different. This wasn't the gaze of a bear or a cougar. This felt older, larger. It felt as if every tree in the forest had turned its attention inward, toward the small, three-sided shelter and the man inside, toward the lyre. A low groan echoed from deep within the woods. Not the sound of an animal, but of wood straining, of ancient timber twisting under an impossible pressure. It was a sound of awakening. I zipped my sleeping bag up to my chin, my heart starting a frantic, heavy rhythm against my ribs. I told myself it was the wind. I told myself it was my imagination, spooked by my own ghost story. But I knew, with a sudden and terrifying certainty that defied all logic, that it was neither. The forest had been listening. The mountain had heard my confession. And in the suffocating, unnatural silence of the Virginia wilderness, it had taken me seriously. My penance was about to begin. Sleep was an impossibility. Every nerve in my body was a live wire, humming with a primal fear I hadn't felt since I was a child afraid of the dark. I lay rigid in my sleeping bag, my ears straining to decipher the new language of the forest. The familiar, comforting sounds of the night were gone, replaced by a silence that was a presence in itself. A heavy, listening void. The groan of twisting wood did not repeat, but its memory was seared into my mind. It was a sound of violation, of nature being bent into an unnatural shape. My headlamp remained on, its beam a fragile sword against the oppressive darkness. I kept it pointed at the open side of the shelter, a pathetic attempt to guard the perimeter. The mist swirled just beyond the cone of light, a roiling, gray curtain that concealed the woods. But I knew the trees were still there. Watching, I could feel their collective gaze, a pressure against my skin. It was pure paranoia, my rational mind screamed. A story I wrote had spooked me, that's all. I was a 12-year veteran ranger, not a greenhorn hiker terrified by an owl's hoot. But the cold was real. It wasn't the simple chill of a mountain night. It was a damp, penetrating cold that my down-sleeping bag couldn't repel. It felt ancient, like the cold of a deep cave or a forgotten tomb. It was the cold of a place where the sun had never reached. Hours crawled by. I tracked them by the slow, agonizing creep of my watch's hands. Sometime after 2 a.m., I heard the first distinct sound. A single, sharp snap. It was the sound of a dry twig breaking under a heavy foot. It came from the direction of the trail, just beyond the edge of my light. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. "Hello," I called out, my voice sounding thin and reedy. "Is someone there?" Only the profound silence answered. My heart hammered against my ribs. A deer, I told myself. A bear. Animals break twigs all the time. But I knew their sounds. I knew the clumsy shuffle of a black bear or the delicate tread of a white-tailed deer. This was different. It was deliberate. Singular. The sound of a single, measured step. I fumble for the heavy-duty flashlight in my pack, its beam more powerful than my headlamps. My fingers were numb with cold and trembled as I clicked it on. I swept the powerful beam across the trees in a wide arc. The light cut through the mist, illuminating the gnarled trunks of oaks and the pale bark of poplars. Nothing. Just the silent, dripping woods. No gleaming eyes, no fleeing shadow. Nothing, and then a whisper. It was so faint I thought I'd imagined it. A trick of the wind sighing through the pines. It was a soft, sibilant sound, seeming to come from all directions at once. But as I held my breath, listening with an intensity that hurt, I heard it again, clearer this time. Liam. The name from my story. The name I had invented. Hearing it spoken in the dead of night, in this isolated place, shattered the last remnants of my rational mind. This wasn't my imagination. This wasn't a coincidence. My foolish, arrogant joke had been answered. I scrambled back, pressing myself against the rough, hewn back wall of the shelter, the wood digging into my spine. I was trapped. The shelter, once a symbol of safety, now felt like a cage, and I was the bait. The rest of the night was a blur of pure terror. I didn't hear the name again, but I didn't need to. The knowledge that something was out there, something that knew my lie, was enough. It was hunting me. dawn. When it finally came, brought no relief. It was a gray, reluctant light that struggled to penetrate the thick, suffocating fog. The world was a monochrome of shifting gray shapes. Visibility was less than 20 feet. The vibrant greens and browns of the forest were gone, bleached out of existence. The air was still and dead. I didn't even think about making coffee. My only thought was to escape. I packed my gear with frantic, clumsy movements, stuffing my sleeping bag into its sack without bothering to roll it properly, jamming my stove and fuel canister into my pack. My hands shook so badly, it took me 3 tries to buckle the main strap. I shouldered my pack, grabbed my trekking poles, and stepped out of the shelter into the disorienting mist. My plan was simple: get back to my truck, hike the 4 miles downhill, get in my vehicle, and drive. I wouldn't stop until I saw the fluorescent lights of a gas station. I knew this trail. Even in a dense fog, I could follow it. The path was well worn, a clear channel through the undergrowth. I set off at a brisk pace, my boots making damp, squelching sounds on the muddy trail. The white blazes of the Appalachian Trail, normally painted every 100 feet or so on the trees, should have been my guide. But they were gone. I scanned every tree trunk as I passed. Nothing. It was as if someone had come through in the night and systematically scraped them all away. A knot of panic tightened in my stomach, but I pushed it down. I was a ranger. I had a map and a compass. I didn't need the blazes. I stopped, pulled the compass from the pouch on my belt, and laid it flat on my palm. I knew the trail out headed almost due west. The needle swung wildly, spinning in a frantic circle, unmoored from the planet's magnetic pull. It was impossible. Compasses don't just fail. Not unless you're standing on a massive iron deposit, or in the grip of some powerful electromagnetic field, or unless the fundamental laws of nature have decided to take a personal interest in your punishment. I shoved the useless instrument back in my pocket and pulled out my radio. "Ranger Thorn to base, do you copy?" I said, my voice tight. Static. A harsh, empty hiss. I tried again, switching channels. More static. I was alone, completely and utterly cut off. Panic began to win. I abandoned all pretense of navigation and just started moving, pushing through the fog, keeping to what looked like the path. I had to get down, get off this mountain. After what felt like an hour of fast, desperate hiking, a shape loomed out of the mist ahead. It was a massive boulder, split down the middle with a single, twisted pine tree growing from the crack. I recognized it instantly. I had passed it not 10 minutes after leaving the shelter. My blood ran cold. I had been walking in a circle. It was impossible. The trail was a loop, yes, but it was a 10-mile loop. There was no way I could have circled back so quickly without realizing it. The mountain was playing with me. It was turning me back, refusing to let me leave. I turned and practically ran in the opposite direction, my lungs burning, branches whipping at my face. And that's when I saw him. It was just for a second. A flicker of movement at the absolute edge of my vision. Through a momentary thinning of the fog, I saw a figure standing between 2 ancient hemlocks, about 50 yards away. It was tall and unnaturally thin, a silhouette of pure black against the gray mist. It was perfectly still, watching me. As soon as I focused on it, it was gone, swallowed by the fog again. But the image was burned into my retinas, a long, dark shape, the physical embodiment of a shadow, the guilt I had invented, the ghost of Liam. Now the fear was a living thing, a screaming creature in my mind. I ran blindly. crashing through the undergrowth, tripping over roots, my pack throwing me off balance. I didn't care about the trail anymore. I just ran downhill, hoping gravity would lead me to safety. The forest fought me every step of the way. Thorny vines snagged my clothes like grasping hands. Low, hanging branches seemed to swing down to strike me in the face. I fell, tumbling hard and rolling down a short, steep embankment, my pack absorbing most of the impact. I lay there, gasping for air, mud and wet leaves clinging to my face. As I pushed myself up, I heard a sound that stopped my heart. It was the sound of a rope dragging through wet leaves. A slow, heavy shock, followed by the metallic clink of a carabiner hitting a rock. It was coming from the top of the embankment I had just fallen down. Slowly, shakily, I got to my feet and looked up. The mist was thick, but I could see the top of the rise. The dragging sound stopped. The silence returned, more terrifying than the noise had been. And then, a figure emerged from the fog, standing at the edge, looking down at me. It was the same tall, slender silhouette, but it was closer now. Close enough that I could see it wasn't just a shadow. It wore dark, ragged clothing, but its form was indistinct, its edges blurred as if it were made of smoke and despair. It had no face, just a smooth, dark void where features should have been. In one of its long, thin hands, it held the end of a climbing rope. The other end coiled at its feet, dark and wet, like a dead serpent. It didn't move. It just stood there, the physical manifestation of my lie. The judge sent by the mountain to carry out my sentence. And as I stared up in frozen horror, it raised its empty face to the sky. And from that featureless void came a sound that was not a whisper, but a long, mournful cry of loss and betrayal. It was a sound I knew I would hear in my nightmares for whatever short time I had left to live. That mournful cry was the starting gun. It shattered my paralysis, replacing frozen terror with the pure, instinctual need to flee. I didn't look back. I couldn't. The image of that featureless face and the coiled rope was burned onto the inside of my eyelids. I scrambled on all fours, clawing my way through the mud and tangled undergrowth, away from the embankment, away from that sound. Behind me, I heard the slow, deliberate uck of the rope begin to drag through the leaves again. It was coming for me. My training, my years of experience in these woods were useless. All the knowledge I had about tracking, navigation, and survival evaporated in the face of this impossible reality. I was no longer a ranger, I was prey. The forest, once my sanctuary, had become a living, breathing labyrinth designed to torment me. The thick fog swirled, disorienting me, turning familiar shapes into monstrous forms. Trees that had stood for centuries seemed to shift their positions, their branches like grasping arms, their roots like snares laid just for me. I ran with no sense of direction, only a desperate need for distance. My lungs burned with a fire that felt like I was inhaling ice. Every breath was a ragged gasp. The sound of the dragging rope was my constant companion, a horrifying metronome counting down my final moments. Sometimes it seemed distant, and a sliver of hope would pierce through my panic. Then, it would sound as if it were right behind me, and I would push myself harder, my muscles screaming in protest. The mountain wasn't just a passive observer. It was an active participant in my torture. The ground beneath my feet would suddenly turn to thick, sucking mud, holding me fast. When I tried to climb a ridge, the rocks would crumble under my hands. The air itself felt heavy, thick with malice, making every step a monumental effort. This was the penance. the price for a sin I hadn't even committed. My mind, fractured by fear and exhaustion, began to betray me. Flashes of my fabricated story burst into my consciousness, no longer feeling like fiction, but like vivid, traumatic memories. I felt the biting wind on a high rock face. I saw Liam's face, a face I had never known, yet could now picture with perfect clarity. His eyes wide with terror and disbelief. I felt the phantom sensation of the coarse climbing rope in my hands, the sickening jolt as I supposedly cut it loose. The guilt, which I had invented as a joke, became real. It was a crushing weight on my soul, heavier than the pack on my back. I had created a ghost, and now it was demanding justice. I stumbled and fell, crashing into the base of a massive, moss-covered poplar. I lay there, sobbing, gasping for air, my body refusing to go any further. The dragging sound stopped. The silence that followed was even worse. I knew it was close. I could feel its cold aura, a palpable wave of sorrow and despair that chilled me to the bone. Lying there, with my face pressed against the damp earth, a single, desperate thought cut through the fog of my terror. The logbook. The confession. This whole nightmare had started the moment I wrote that lie. The mountain had taken my words as truth, as a binding contract. My sin was not murder. My sin was the lie itself, a profane joke scrawled in a sacred place. If the words had this much power, could they be unwritten? Could I take it back? It was a desperate, insane idea, but it was the only one I had. I had to get back to the priest's shelter. I had to find that logbook and destroy the page, erase the lie, and confess the truth that I was a fool. A new purpose surged through me, a fragile spark of hope in the overwhelming darkness. I had a goal now, not just to run, but to reach a specific destination. I pushed myself to my feet. My body screamed, but I ignored it. I had to find the shelter. But how? My compass was useless, the trail markers were gone, and the landscape itself was actively working against me. I closed my eyes, trying to access the internal map of this forest that had been etched into my mind over 12 years. The shelter was on the high ground. I had been running downhill, away from it. I had to go back up, back towards the creature that was hunting me. I turned and began to climb. Every step was an act of will. The forest resisted me more fiercely than ever. Thorny bushes tore at my clothes and skin. The fog was so thick I could barely see my own hands in front of my face. I kept expecting to feel the cold touch of that figure on my shoulder, to hear its mournful cry in my ear. I don't know how long I climbed. Time had lost all meaning. It could have been minutes or hours. My world had shrunk to the next handhold, the next foothold, the relentless upward struggle against the mountain that wanted me dead. Then, through a brief thinning of the mist, I saw it. A dark angular shape against the gray sky. The roof of the priest's shelter. It was no more than 100 yards away, across a small, rocky clearing. Relief so powerful, it almost brought me to my knees, washed over me. I had made it. I was going to make it. I broke through the last line of trees and stumbled into the clearing. And my hope died. It was waiting for me. The shadowy figure stood directly in front of the shelter's opening, blocking my path. It wasn't moving. It was just there, a pillar of darkness, its form clearer now than ever before. It was tall and gaunt, its ragged clothes stirring slightly in a wind I couldn't feel. The featureless void of its face was fixed on me. The climbing rope was no longer dragging on the ground. It held the rope in both hands, coiled neatly. It wasn't a weapon. This was the final test. The penance wasn't just to be hunted. It was to face the consequence of my lie, to walk towards the embodiment of my fabricated guilt. My legs wouldn't move. I was rooted to the spot. 100 yards of open ground between me and my only salvation. The creature just stood there, patient waiting. It knew I had nowhere else to go. The forest was behind me, the mountain all around me, and my ghost was in front of me. Slowly, deliberately, it raised one long, thin arm and pointed, not at me, but at the shelter behind it, at the logbook hidden within. It was giving me a choice: confess the truth, and perhaps find peace, or remain a liar and be claimed by the shadow I had created. With a strength I didn't know I possessed, I took a single, shaky step forward. The figure didn't move. I took another. The entire forest seemed to be holding its breath, watching to see what I would do. My fake confession had started this. Only a real one could end it. I had to walk past the ghost of Liam, enter that shelter, and face the truth. My penance was to walk into the arms of my own creation. My name is Elena Petrova, and I am a park ranger with the Shenandoah National Park Service. That title, however, is a simplification, a convenient label for the public and for government paperwork. By training, by passion, by the very marrow in my bones, I am a botanist. My life's work has been the study of ancient forests, the intricate, silent symphonies played out in root and branch, leaf and spore. For the past 8 years, Shenandoah has been my cathedral and my laboratory, a place of profound beauty and, more recently, of profound grief. My specific area of stewardship includes a section of the park that has no official, inviting name on any tourist map. We, the rangers and researchers, call it the Ghost Grove. A decade ago, it was one of the most breathtaking stands of old growth eastern hemlocks on the East Coast. The trees were titans, 500 years old, with crowns that formed a dense, emerald canopy, casting the forest floor in a perpetual, holy twilight. To walk among them was to feel small in the best possible way, a fleeting guest in a kingdom of giants. Now it is a boneyard. The hemlock woolly adelgid, a minuscule invasive insect, had swept through these mountains like a plague. It is a quiet, insidious killer, sucking the life from the trees needle by needle. For years, my job was to document the decline. I would walk the same transects, my boots crunching over the fallen, desiccated needles, and I would take notes. Specimen 7A, 94% needle loss. Specimen 7B, 100% loss. Bark beginning to peel. Specimen 7C fallen. It was like writing a prolonged obituary for an entire civilization. Today, the Ghost Grove is a skeletal forest. Hundreds of towering trunks, stripped of all life, stand like ash, gray monuments to what was lost. Their bare branches claw at the sky, a tangle of skeletal fingers. The silence is different now. It is not the peaceful, living silence of a healthy forest. It is a dead, hollow silence, broken only by the brittle clatter of a loose piece of bark falling to the forest floor, or the mournful sigh of the wind whistling through 1,000 barren limbs. The sun, once a rare visitor, now beats down mercilessly, bleaching the ground and revealing the stark, ugly truth of the devastation. But in the very heart of this necropolis, one survivor remained. One single, ancient hemlock. She was the matriarch of the grove, a colossal specimen that predated the founding of this country. Somehow, miraculously, she had resisted the blight. Her needles, though thinner than they once were, still held their deep green color. She was an island of life in an ocean of death, a last, defiant breath against an unstoppable tide. Official park protocol was clear: monitor, document, and do not intervene with unapproved methods. The approved methods: systemic pesticides with limited effectiveness on trees of this size, and the introduction of predatory beetles, were a slow, losing battle. For the matriarch, they were a death sentence delayed, not averted. I watched her every week, a knot of cold tightening in my chest. I saw the first signs of the adelgid on her lower branches. The tell-tale white, woolly sacs, like tiny tufts of cotton signaling an impending execution. And I could not accept it. To be a botanist is to believe in life, in resilience, in the power of science to nurture and protect. To stand by and simply watch this last giant die felt like a betrayal of my entire existence. It was a violation of a sacred trust. That is why I broke protocol. For months, I had been in discreet contact with a former colleague, a brilliant but controversial biochemist, who had been developing an experimental, high-potency systemic treatment. It was a complex cocktail of immunostimulants and a targeted neurotoxin for the adelgid. It was powerful, promising, and completely, utterly unapproved. The risks were unknown. It could kill the tree outright. It could have unforeseen ecological consequences. My colleague had warned me, his voice grave over the phone. "Elena, this is a Hail Mary. We have no data on a specimen that old or in that fragile of an ecosystem." I didn't care. A slow, certain death or a chance at life. To me, there was no choice. So, on a heavy, overcast afternoon, with the sky the color of slate and the air thick with the promise of rain, I hiked into the ghost grove. The experimental treatment was in my pack, housed in a pressurized canister, connected to a specialized injection gun. The equipment felt unnaturally heavy, a physical manifestation of the weight of my transgression. Reaching the matriarch, I ran my hand over her deeply furrowed bark. It felt like the wrinkled skin of an ancient beast. "I'm sorry," I whispered to her, the words feeling foolish and small in the vast silence. "But I can't just watch you die." The process was clinical, a stark contrast to the storm of emotion inside me. I drilled the small pilot holes for the injection ports, my movements precise and practiced. The drill bit came away with shavings of living wood, their piney scent a shocking, vibrant aroma in the sterile air of the grove. I inserted the ports, my heart hammering against my ribs. This was it, the point of no return. I attached the injector gun to the first port. The device hissed as it broke the seal, and with a metallic thump, it delivered the first dose of the viscous, amber liquid into the tree's circulatory system. I moved around the massive trunk, repeating the process. Thump. Thump. Each sound echoed in the dead quiet, a drum bit marking my insubordination. When the final dose was delivered, I stepped back, my breath held tight in my lungs. The amber fluid was gone, now flowing through the veins of the ancient hemlock, a desperate, chemical prayer. For a moment, I felt a surge of triumphant hope. I had done something. I had fought back. The air grew colder. A low mist, born from the damp earth, began to curl around the base of the dead trees. This was not unusual for Shenandoah, but this fog was different. It was thicker, wider, and it moved with an unnatural speed, not drifting but rolling in, a silent, white tide. Within minutes, the grove was swallowed. The skeletal trees faded into gray apparitions, then vanished completely behind a blinding white wall. I was alone with the matriarch in a shrinking circle of visibility. A prickle of unease traced its way up my spine. The damp chill of the mist seeped into my jacket, but this was a different kind of cold. I pulled out my compass. The needle, which should have pointed steadily north, was spinning lazily, uselessly. Panic, cold and sharp, pierced through my earlier hope. I turned to find the path I had used for years, a path I could walk blindfolded. It was gone. Or rather, the landscape had changed. A dead, gray trunk that should have been on my left was now directly in front of me. Another, which had a distinctive, forked branch, was nowhere to be seen. I spun around, my boots slipping on the damp soil. The trees, the dead, silent sentinels, seemed to have shifted. It was impossible, a trick of the disorienting fog. But the feeling was overwhelming. The familiar layout of the grove was gone, replaced by a dense, unfamiliar maze of gray columns. The wind picked up, and the sound it made was no longer a mournful sigh. It was a whisper. It sounded like a name, distorted and ancient, a sound that wasn't meant for human ears. My chemical prayer had been answered, not by the life I had hoped to save, but by the death that surrounded it. The injection wasn't a cure. It was an awakening. I had poured an unnatural, chemical poison in the heart of the last living thing in this grove, and the spirit of the forest itself, the ancient, slumbering consciousness in the roots of 1,000 dead trees, had woken up, and it was angry. Panic is a poor compass. My scientific mind, the part of me that had always found solace in observation and logical deduction, was screaming that this was impossible. Trees do not move. Landscapes do not rearrange themselves. But the evidence of my senses was undeniable. The Ghost Grove, my area of study for 8 years, was now an alien territory, a shifting labyrinth of bone, white wood, and suffocating mist. The whispers grew louder, slithering through the fog. No longer a single, distorted name, but a chorus of them. They were sibilant, angry sounds, like dry leaves skittering across stone, and they seemed to be coming from all directions at once. My first instinct was to run. I picked a direction. What I prayed was west, toward the trailhead, and plunged forward. The ground, slick with a dampness that felt more like grime than moisture, tried to betray me with every step. Skeletal branches, gray and hard as bone, snagged at my clothes and hair. Not with the passive resistance of a normal tree, but with what felt like a grasping, deliberate malice. I ducked under a low, hanging limb, only to have another swing down in my path, forcing me to recoil. It was like the forest was actively hurting me, playing a cruel game. This isn't real. I muttered the words, turning to puffs of white in the frigid air. It's the fog. Disorientation. Hypothermia setting in. I clung to these rational explanations like a drowning woman to a piece of driftwood. But even as I tried to reassure myself, a deeper, more primal part of my brain knew the truth. I had committed a sacrilege. I had introduced a foreign, synthetic poison into a place of ancient power, and that power was now responding. I fumbled for my radio, my fingers numb and clumsy. "Ranger Petrova to base, do you copy?" I called, my voice tight with strain. The only answer was a burst of harsh static, punctuated by the whispering sounds from the trees. It was as if the forest itself was jamming the signal, isolating me in its domain. I tried again and again, my calls growing more desperate, until the static itself began to form a rhythm, a cadence that mimicked the whispers. I threw the radio back in my pack, a fresh wave of terror washing over me. I was utterly, completely alone. My desperate flight became a stumbling, exhausting trek. Every few minutes, I would stop, gasping for breath, and try to get my bearings. But there were no bearings to be had. The wall of mist was absolute, reducing my world to a claustrophobic, circle no more than 15 feet in diameter. The dead hemlocks were my jailers, their forms shifting and changing at the edge of my vision. A tall, straight trunk would suddenly appear to be bent and twisted. A tree I was certain I had just passed would reappear directly in front of me. Then the sounds changed. The whispering chorus was joined by something new, a soft, rhythmic tapping. It was a woody, hollow sound, and it seemed to come from the matriarch tree, the epicenter of my folly. I couldn't see her through the fog, but I could feel her presence, a dark, brooding weight at the center of the maze. The tapping was slow and deliberate, like a monstrous heartbeat. Tap, 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 with each beat. The ground beneath my feet seemed to vibrate faintly. I had to get away from the sound. I turned and scrambled in the opposite direction, my movements clumsy with fear. But the maze wouldn't allow it. The further I moved from the source of the tapping, the denser the trees became, their pale trunks pressing in on me until their branches interlocked, forming an impenetrable wall of gray wood. I was trapped, a rat in a cage, and the only path left open was the one that led back toward the matriarch. Defeated, I sagged against one of the dead trees. The bark was cold and unnaturally smooth, like polished bone. As my hand rested against it, I felt a tremor run through the wood, a faint vibration that coincided with the rhythmic tapping. The tree was a resonator, a part of the same vast, interconnected network that was now hunting me. I snatched my hand back as if burned. The entire grove was a single entity, its 1,000 dead limbs animated by one enraged consciousness. My mind, desperate for a solution, fell back on my training. I am a botanist. I understand root systems, mycorrhizal networks, the way a forest communicates. I had thought of this grove as a collection of individual specimens. I was wrong. It was one organism, connected by a web of roots that had intertwined for centuries. The adelgid had killed the tops, the visible parts of the trees, but the roots were still there, dormant, waiting. My chemical had not just entered the matriarch. It had seeped into the soil, flowing through that ancient, subterranean network, a poison that had awakened a ghost. A new horror began to dawn on me. The forest wasn't just moving, it was using its nature against me. I saw a patch of what looked like phosphorescent fungi, glowing faintly on the side of a tree, a potential landmark. I stumbled toward it, only for the light to extinguish as I drew near, while a new patch ignited somewhere else, leading me deeper into the labyrinth. I saw familiar, looking patterns in the peeling bark, patterns I had photographed and cataloged, now appearing on different trees, mocking my attempts to use my knowledge to escape. The whispers started to coalesce into words. At first, they were fragmented, nonsensical. But then I heard my name. Elena. It was not a call but a condemnation, a hiss that scraped at the inside of my skull. Petrova. Poisoner. I clapped my hands over my ears, but it was useless. The voices were inside my head. I squeezed my eyes shut, but I could still see the shifting gray trunks in the darkness. The psychological assault was relentless. The forest was stripping away my sanity piece by piece, turning my own guilt into a weapon. Hours must have passed. The dim, overcast light began to fail, plunging the grove into a deeper, more profound darkness. The mist, however, seemed to generate its own faint, eerie luminescence, ensuring that the skeletal trees never fully disappeared. They were always there, a gallery of silent, watching specters. Then I saw it. Through a momentary thinning of the fog, I caught a glimpse of the matriarch. And she had changed. The amber chemical I had injected was weeping from the drill holes, but it was no longer amber. It was a thick, black, viscous sap, like tar, that oozed down the ancient bark in slow, glistening trails. Where the black sap touched the ground, the soil seemed to smoke and wither. And the trees remaining needles, they were falling. Not drying up and turning brown, but turning black and dissolving into a fine, greasy ash before they even hit the ground. I hadn't given her a chance at life. I had given her a more aggressive, more horrifying form of death. I had made her the heart of a cancer that was now consuming the grove's spirit. The tapping sound was louder now, closer. Tap. Tap. It was the sound of the life draining away from her, the sound of my failure. As I stared, frozen in horror, a shape began to form at the base of the matriarch, coalescing from the thickest part of the mist. It was vague at first, a suggestion of a figure. Then it sharpened. It was a man in a park ranger uniform. For a wild, hopeful second, I thought it was my supervisor, come to rescue me. But then he turned, and my blood ran cold. It was me, or a version of me. It wore my face, my uniform, but its eyes were hollow, empty pits, and its skin had the same pale, gray quality as the dead trees. It raised a hand and pointed a long, skeletal finger directly at me. Its mouth opened, and from it came not my voice, but the unified, sibilant hiss of the entire grove. You did this. The words, you did this, were not just an accusation, they were a sentence. They echoed in the dead air, a venomous fusion of hissing leaves, cracking branches, and the static that had consumed my radio. The doppelganger, my ghost, my sin made manifest, took a slow, deliberate step forward. Its movements were a grotesque parody of my own, but imbued with a stiff, wooden grace that was utterly inhuman. I stumbled backward, my heel catching on an exposed root, and fell hard onto the cold, damp earth. Panic, raw and absolute, seized me. I scrambled away. Crab, walking backward, my eyes locked on the hollow, pitted gaze of the thing wearing my face. It didn't rush me. It simply walked, maintaining a steady, unhurried pace. The forest conspired with it. As I retreated, the skeletal trees behind me shifted, their pale trunks weaving into a solid wall, blocking any path of escape. The maze was no longer passive. It was actively corralling me, forcing me on a path of its choosing. The only way to go was forward, deeper into the grove, with my own ghost herding me from behind. I got to my feet and ran. It was a blind, frantic flight through a nightmare landscape. The air was thick with the stench of decay and the sharp, chemical odor of the black sap. The rhythmic tapping of the dying matriarch was the metronome for my terror, a constant, hollow beat that seemed to resonate in my own chest. The whispers were a constant torrent now, a cacophony of blame. Defiler, intruder, you brought the metal sting. You brought the false cure. You brought the burning death. My scientific mind, my last bastion of sanity, was shattered. This wasn't a hallucination. This was a reckoning, the spirit of this place. The collective consciousness woven through the roots of 1,000 dead giants was not just angry. It was wounded, and I was the source of its agony. The chemical I had injected was not just a poison, it was an insult. A violation so profound that it had stirred a dormant, ancient power from its slumber. I risked a glance over my shoulder. The doppelganger was still there, matching my pace effortlessly. It didn't run. It glided over the uneven ground, its feet seeming to barely touch the soil. Its expression was one of blank, implacable judgment. It was my own guilt, given form and purpose. and its purpose was to see me to my end. The maze drove me relentlessly toward the center, toward the matriarch. The trees grew denser, their branches interlocking overhead, forming a skeletal cathedral dome. The faint, misty light began to fail, replaced by an unholy glow emanating from the matriarch herself. The black sap oozing from her wounds now pulsed with a faint, sickly green luminescence, casting the heart of the grove in a ghastly light. The ground around her was a blackened, smoking ruin, and the very air shimmered with a heat that, both cold and hot at the same time. I was trapped. The path behind me was blocked by my spectral twin. The path ahead led to the source of the nightmare. I stopped, my lungs burning, my body trembling with exhaustion and terror. I was a scientist, a problem solver, but there was no problem to solve here. There was only a consequence to be faced. Slowly, I turned to face the Doppelge anger. It stopped as well, standing no more than 20 feet away. The hollows of its eyes seemed to drink the light. I could see every detail of my own face, twisted into a mask of cold fury. "What do you want?" I cried out, my voice cracking. Its mouth opened, and the unified hiss of the forest answered, the sound seeming to tear the air. "We want the wound to be healed. We want the poison to be contained. We want the one who brought the pain to become the vessel for it." A horrifying understanding dawned on me. It didn't just want me dead. Death was too simple, too clean an escape. It wanted to absorb me, to make me a part of its suffering, to use me as a container for the very poison I had unleashed. My desperate act to save one life would cost me my own, not in a moment of violence, but in an eternity of penance. The Doppelganger raised its hand, not with the pointing finger of accusation, but with an open palm, an invitation. It was inviting me to my doom. And I knew, with a certainty that chilled me more than any fear, that I had no other choice. To run was to prolong the agony. To fight was impossible. The only path left was surrender. My legs, acting of their own accord, began to move. I walked toward my ghost, toward the dying matriarch. With each step, the ground grew softer, spongier. The black sap had saturated the earth, turning it into a quagmire. The rhythmic tapping grew louder, and I could feel the vibration not just in the ground, but in my own bones. As I reached the Doppelganger, it didn't touch me. It simply dissolved, its form melting back into the swirling, luminescent mist from which it was born. I was left alone, standing at the foot of the matriarch. She was a horrifying sight, a pillar of black, weeping wounds, her last vestiges of life, being grotesquely burned away by my cure. "I'm sorry," I whispered, the words catching in my throat. This time they were not for myself, they were for her. For the whole forest. The ground beneath me gave way. Roots, thick as pythons encoded in the glistening black sap, erupted from the soil. They were not the dead, brittle roots of the other trees. They were alive, animated by a furious, unnatural energy. They coiled around my ankles, my legs, my waist, their grip impossibly strong. I didn't scream. The sound was trapped in my lungs, a frozen ball of terror. The roots pulled me down, not into the earth, but into the tree. The ancient bark split open, revealing a hollow, glowing cavity within the trunk. It was a womb of black, pulsing wood. The roots dragged me inside, into the very heart of the matriarch. The black sap seeped into my clothes, my skin, a burning cold that extinguished all other sensations. My vision blurred, the edges darkening as the trunk began to close around me. My last sight was of the grove, the endless maze of gray, skeletal trees, their bare branches reaching for a sky I would never see again. The whispers faded, replaced by a single, overwhelming consciousness, a symphony of ancient pain, rage, and now a grim, eternal satisfaction. I was a botanist. Now, I am a part of the ghost grove. I am the vessel for the poison. I am the silent scream in the heart of the tree. I am the newest ghost in a forest that never forgets. And here, in the suffocating, eternal darkness, I will watch over my failure forever.